G'day everyone, Heath from the Antipid Indy 20, and hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is this coming through? Hello? Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me? Tell me if you can't, because we've had tech gremlins. Welcome. Welcome to Virtual GaryCon 5. This is the 16th actual GaryCon. Yeah, because of COVID, they started doing virtual. They're back to being a physical convention, but we've still been able to sneak in and hack the channel. And no, just kidding. They're happy to have us on here. So my name's Heath. I'm the Antipid Indy 20. I'm passionate about promoting local gameplay, game design, both on a state level, city level, national level, and international in the sense of New Zealand. We have some lovely people from New Zealand that we interact with. We've had a few people before. We just want to show off what we can do to the rest of the world, because people are interested in what we do and what we play here in Australia. But before we get any further, what I would like to do is I'd actually just like to do a acknowledgement to country, and I've recruited a very good friend of mine who is of First Nations descent. He and I have worked on this, and I will let him do the speaking for us. Oh, I forgot to do one thing, and let's do that now. There we go.
I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the country throughout Australia and recognise their unique cultural and spiritual relationships to the land, waters, and seas, and their rich contribution to society. I pay my respects to ancestors and elders, past and present. I also acknowledge that we respect Ngā iwi Māori as the tāngata whenua of Aotearoa, the brothers and sisters in New Zealand.
All right, how's that? I'm going to go.
Testing, testing.
I'm not going to
Hello,
use
chat.
studio mode because I
Hello,
still
chat.
get it wrong. But that's okay. Hey, if you don't have gremlins or glitches, it means you don't have any XP grind to attack and take down and level up fast.
Exactly.
Yeah, so yeah, someone in oh no, just about someone in the chat saying use semaphore, but I've realised that's our illustrious GM.
Who's also quite the smartass, yeah.
I get the feeling that we are birds of a feather with this today.
Get out the flags. Not that I know
Let's see.
semaphore at all.
I do.
Like,
It's a suburb
at all.
here in Adelaide.
Boom, boom. Japes have
Boom.
started
That's
already.
it. That's it.
All right.
All right. So what I'll do is I'll just go around the room, get everyone to introduce themselves. So we will go with Anthem, our GM. Who are you? What do you do?
who am I? That's quite an existential question there. Hey, thanks for that. Hi, everybody. My name is Chris, otherwise known as Xanthanum or Chrysanthemum, if you hadn't put those two things together. I will be your keeper and storyteller and games master and all of those things combined into one today, telling this woeful, woeful nautical tale. You might find me all over the place, mostly as Anthem. In fact, always as Anthem. Other projects I'm involved with are the Fallout Australia, It Fell Out Back, chaotic shenanigans game over on Meeples and Dragons. And I do stuff like, head over to Gen Con every now and then and Dragon Con and run stuff for Chaosium. So, yeah, you can find me all those sort of places at most of the cons. So, yeah, that's me. Thanks, everybody.
Fantastic. Who do you want to throw over to?
We'll throw to the doctor. Why not?
Greetings all, I'm the Doctor. Been around for like a long time, like most of these people, and this is a great opportunity. Wasn't around playing with GG originally, but not long after the game we started. You'll see me streaming with Monsters of Mayhem, Australian channel. We have a lot of fun playing with that one, and popping up as often as possible. Today I'll be playing Dr. Filbert. Father Filbert, not Doctor.
Yeah, Father Filbert. Although he could be Father Doctor or Doctor Father.
Father Doctor.
Oh, the
Doctor
doctor.
Father.
Like
Doctor
that.
Father, Doctor Father.
And who would you like to throw over to?
Well, we'll then go to let's go to Arkenford Sean.
Alrighty, hello, I'm Sean Sunday, and I am our community manager for Arkenforge Tabletop here in Australia. We're based out of Melbourne, and we are your new favorite map making and interactive tabletop tool. So I will be here today playing Enzo Fernandez, who is our Wild West obsessed first mate.
Hey, just jump in there and say, Arkenforge, I bought that like, oh god, pre-COVID. I think it must have been one of your first customers. Still love it. Absolutely brilliant product. See, there's my plug. Go buy Arkenforge. It's
Nice.
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wasn't
that's
planned
exactly
at all.
it. That's how I got the job. I was streaming using Arkenforge before I started working here, and they're like, "Hey, you want a job?" I'm like, "Yes, please."
Yes, please. Can I get paid for this? Yeah.
Let me tell everyone how cool this thing is that I already do that exact thing.
Yeah, like I use it for the DM's Guild stuff that I publish and stuff like that. It's just absolutely fantastic for laying out maps and what have you. So yeah, definitely worth the investment, folks. Get on it. Sorry, I'm done now.
That's
All right, I guess that leaves
Thanks.
me. Yeah, I'm Rick, Ricky BB on Twitch. You won't find me anywhere because I'm not normally like got a face to anything. This is my second GaryCon, but I've been involved in the sort of tabletop community here in Adelaide for a little bit. Baby DM, running a few games, playing a few games here and there with a few other people. But for the better part of the last 10 years, I've been in the games and media industry, writing and directing my own TV show for community TV, and now just getting involved with some games producing at the moment. So working with Crimson Cutlass, trying to get their game up and going, producing and doing their socials. So yeah, that's kind of me in a nutshell. And yeah, just glad to be here and glad to be doing something for the community and for GaryCon. So yeah.
fantastic. Alrighty. Now, a little exercise just so we can sort of get to know everyone a little bit of outside of what they do, and that is a little fun thing that I found the other day. It's a little card game pack called Conversation Starters, and I was just going to put one. We've got a little space here in the schedule that I was just going to put a question to you.
Oh,
It's
no,
nothing too hard.
icebreakers.
It's nothing too hard. It's just a little bit of fun, and I figured that once we've done that and we've had a bit of fun, we can relax. I can hand over to Anthem, and we can have lose our minds. Well, myself as well, perhaps, but you can lose your minds with a bit of Call of Cthulhu. So
Yes,
I will.
we will.
Who's got physical dice in front of them?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Yes, I
roll
think we all do.
roll a d4 for me, please.
Oh, D4. I got a
Two.
1.
I got a 2.
I also got a 2.
2. All right, who got the 1? Rick goes first.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty. I have a little pack, like I said, this little deck of cards that my wife found in one of the shops the other day, and I thought that is very cool, and I got it. Alrighty. So the first one, let's see, here's, what do you like to do on rainy days?
On rainy days, gosh, I like to actually sit outside and enjoy the weather. I like sort of, overcast, sort of, gloomy weather. So yeah, sitting outside, chilling with a cup of tea, and maybe reading like a comic book or something like that. That's me. Yeah, I like rainy days.
That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. All right, we had a tie for twos, so I will just pick at random. I will go with the Doctor. Your favorite thing to eat?
Favorite thing to eat? Normally a savory person, but I've just found the brand dropping Critical Role Lord Estridge's cookies, which I put a significant amount of turmeric in it, turmeric and ginger. And they're quite nice to eat, actually. Take them to a session, guaranteed. You make about 48 in a standard batch. So plenty to eat, plenty to share. And they go well with a cup of tea. So rainy days, cup of tea, be worthwhile going there.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. We will throw over to Sean.
Yeah, I more or less the same.
Oh no, I got a new question for you.
I got a new question.
Yeah.
for me. Okay.
It's got to be a fresh one.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Is there a musical instrument you've always wanted to learn but haven't yet?
Yeah, kind of. I did used to want to learn guitar. Then I tried and it hurt my hands. So the replacement is actually sitting in iShot right now, waiting to be picked up and played and sorely out of tune, which is my baritone ukulele.
Cool.
I'm gonna say, how do you play a baseball bat?
Yeah.
No, that's downstairs.
There's one in the background behind you.
Oh, that's a lightsaber.
Oh, that's a lightsaber. Oh, okay. It
That's
looks
two
like a baseball
lightsabers,
bat.
actually.
Okay. Well, we know how you play those. You just run around, going, swoosh, swoosh, vroom, making the noises. So that
Right.
I could play one of those.
Now, last but not least, our illustrious GM.
And
What's-
Riddick, the cat.
What and
Riddick.
well, this is an excellent segue into it. What is one of your favourite movies?
Ooh. Actually, it'll be very telling. The Cruel Sea, which is 1940s film set in war, but is not a war film. It's actually quite a peace film. And it's about the crew of a ship out of the UK during the Second World War, and what they do is they go back and forth between England and America on the supply runs. They're just a supply ship. And the terror that they have just of U-boats and the war, and these are not military people. Yeah, that one. It's quite terrifying in spots. 1947 or something.
There
Up
you go.
there as being one of my favorite films. Go watch it. It's really good.
Cool.
Sweet.
Alrighty. Well, we
Very
are.
uplifting end, by the way.
Oh, that's good. Good to hear. Good to hear. I'm just checking my run sheet, and we are still a little ahead of time, but I reckon this is a great time where I can hand over to Anthem to start melting everyone's minds.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Okay.
Alrighty. Okay. I will.
So I'm taking my direction here from the cat, who tells me I should probably tell you a little bit about the inspiration for this story and where it came from. So before we start proper, this story does have a little bit of a basis in reality. So the Caroline, a ship that the past will be on today, did in fact sink on the 2nd of April, 1896. And so that actually happened. We don't know any more than that. I couldn't find any more details of how many people were lost or if there was indeed loss of life or anything like that. But working on the assumption that Chesapeake Bay, the list of shipwrecks is somewhere in the vicinity of like 1,500 plus. I thought there might be a respectful thing to do to just shout that out and take a moment's silence just to pay a bit of respect for those who this story was a little bit based on, and for those who have actually lost their lives at sea. So we'll just take a moment for that. Not a big moment, maybe 10 seconds or so. And so thanks for indulging me on that one. So yeah, I'd say it is based very loosely on, because eldritch beings don't actually exist. Or
or
do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Shall we get this thing started, pull the ripcord on it and spuddle the engine into life? And also put the cap down. Look at that. We're good to go. All right. Let me get into my proper keeper frame of mind. There we go. See the grimace?
And scene. Yeah.
Yep.
Scene start.
All right. So it is the 2nd of April, 1896. The weather, you're out of Baltimore. You left the day before. It was fairly reasonable sailing on the bay at that point in time. The captain of the ship, Captain Carpenter, is known to you. He's a dependable man. Been sailing these waters for at least a decade, probably a little bit more. But your captain is a bit of a high-functioning alcoholic. So he always has a nip every 10, 20 minutes or so. Tiny little sip, but it steadies his hands and sharpens his mind. Of course, back in this day and age, that was quite acceptable to be in command of a vessel and blowing over 0.05. So it's been a nice, easy sail for the first day, as you're making your way through, as I say, from Baltimore. On board, you have 6 passengers and 12 crew, of which you are all crew. So our crew members are Father Filbert, the ship's preacher, who is here doing his mandatory good works time. He's putting in his 6 years of mandatory good works for the purpose of then getting his own, graduating and getting his own diocese. He's aiming for somewhere around London. And our good father is an Australian out of Melbourne. Also on the crew is Dr. Hoshi, who is a Japanese woman of some very formidable medical skills. And she's been on the ship probably for about 3-4 years now. Doesn't tend to leave the ship ever. Like, ever. Which is of some amusement and discussion for the rest of the crew. And finally, we have First Mate Enzo Fernandez, who is a veteran of the Portuguese Navy, having spent several years fighting with his crewmates against piracy, and had seen a few battles, and then once he was able, left the fleet to join them at Davis in the US and find his dream of heading to Deadwood and pouring one out for Wild Bill. So that's our crew. And we've got a few other, unnamed NPC crew members who, so not appearing in this film types, who may or may not appear. It depends. But there's another nine of them.
We ran out of budget for casting.
Yeah, didn't have budget for that. They will all be named Bob.
Yeah.
My go-to NPC name.
What's the case?
Sorry, all the Roberts and Bobbies and Bobs out there. Also on board, we have Mr. Gavin McCabe, who is a newspaperman out of Baltimore. We have Mrs. Walmsley, who is something of a firebrand activist and is always trying to press pamphlets into everybody's hands. The pamphlets you have received thus far range from anarcho-syndicalism to Marxism to suffragette issues through to abolitionist issues. She has a lot of luggage and a lot of pamphlets. And we have Miss Cynthia Watt, who seems to not be taking to the seas very well. So spending a bit of time in the sheds. Next on our passenger list, we have a Mr. Stanislav Papadopoulos, who is a retired fisherman. And he seems to be poking about the ship, putting his finger and then testing beams and, nodding sage-like as he wanders around. Like, yes, good. Every now and then he's like, well, you should trim that line a bit, I would suggest. Almost acting like it's his own ship, not him being a passenger. We have Mr. Tyrone Rasmussen, who is a regular on the ship. Mr. Rasmussen being a US male postmaster, and he is often on board to ensure that mail is delivered correctly. So he's essentially an auditor in that he travels along, not with every shipment, see him, often. And finally, we have a Mr. Wu Chen, who is a bit of a strange fish, a foreign businessman of the Southeast Asia area. You're not too sure where he might be from. And he's not very forthcoming with any information, really. Pleasant young man of about 22, but spends most of his waking hours down in the cargo hold, just nursing a piece of cargo that he has. I won't say large tea chest, but about half tea chest size box, steel reinforced, locked. Obviously, something very important, and he is there with the box pretty much all the time. So that's our passengers.
So what was the name of the pamphlet lady again?
Mrs. Walmsley.
Mrs. Walmsley. Walmsley. She would be in her late 40s, early 50s, you would imagine. Very much the school mom type, but quite enthusiastic. Very interested in speaking to you about whatever pamphlet she has, even when you're very busy, like dealing with seasick passengers and what have you, because, the seas are starting to pick up and starting to be a little bit rough. So, you know, you are getting a lot of requests for mostly from the crew trying to scam some rum to ease their stomachs. You know, but you're wise to this game.
Yes, yes, indeed.
So yes, as the day progresses, we're starting to see the winds kick up a bit. Now that's nothing unusual for this time of year. You know, it is something that does happen. You know, squalls come out of nowhere. It does get a little bit rough, right? So this is not unseasonal or unusual. So having all of you having spent a bit of time on the Caroline already, you're well aware that, you know, yeah, it doesn't happen every voyage, but about this time of year, yeah, you'll get a little bit of rough weather. Okay, so that weather is you know, causing a little bit of consternation. The captain self comes down and is like, Enzo, come up top and have a chat with me. Let's take some bearings, and I'll get your opinion on what you think.
All right, Captain, lead the way.
So he takes, you know, you both go up to the effectively the wheelhouse. Like it's not a full covered wheelhouse; it's, you know, sailcloth, so the wind is a little bit, it's whipping through there a little bit.
Yep.
So he's having to, you know, speak quite loudly to be heard. You know, he's raising his voice above the wind. He says, "So, what do you make of that?" And he's pointing out across the like sort of port bow to about beam area as you're looking out. So for those non-nautically trained like myself who had to look this up, port is left, starboard is right when you're looking to the forward of the ship. So
you just left port.
Mm.
Yeah, and so he's sort of waving out over in that sort of left port direction from, you know, so you're looking at a weather front coming in, and he's like, so you can see black clouds rolling in. Can I get you to make me a nautical roll? And
let's roll the game.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at my good old skills. Because for those that don't already know, this is my first time playing Call of Cthulhu, so I'll take some adjusting.
You're right.
Am I just rolling a d20 for this?
No, you are rolling percentage, and you want to roll underneath the percentage that you have there. You'll also notice that you have two other numbers in little boxes, which will be 1/2 and 1/5. So they're like difficulty classes, if you will, that are baked in. So the idea is you need to get underneath your skill roll, but if you get under half, that's like hitting a higher DC.
Yeah.
And under a 5th is like you do it spectacularly well. There will also be times when I call for only a half or only a 5th, depending on, and that sort of hits the difficulty class of the activity. In terms of skill percentages, if you're under 50%, you're considered a talented amateur. If you're in the sort of 50 to 70 zone, that's a professional skill. You could make an income from it. Sorry, excuse me. And over 80, you are an expert. You know, and like over 90, renowned for that.
Cool.
So yeah,
I can't actually see nautical on my sheet.
Is that under navigate or survival?
Navigate.
Navigate. Okay, cool. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was about to ask if that's what I was going for. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, my navigate's 10%, and I just rolled, I think, a 90.
No, your navigate is 35%, my friend.
No, I see. No. See, I was confused by the 10% in the brackets.
Sorry,
Ah.
the ones on the brackets are your base skill. So they're the ones that indicate whether where everybody starts.
Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, yeah, no, now I remember how these work. That is a 9.
Oh, good roll.
Yeah, 009.
Right. So you actually pull that as a half. In your estimation, those storm clouds are rolling in very quickly. And you are very concerned about the color of them. In that, this is, oh my God, that is a massive storm front, possible cyclone level storm coming at you. It's going to be on you sometime in the next 3-4 hours,
Okay.
if that.
Okay. Well, Captain, let me tell you that as far as I reckon, that there is a twister on its way, and we better batten down the hatches and seek safety.
He sort of strokes his beard a bit and pulls his flask out, takes the obligatory nip that he does. It's only ever a sip. He never takes a full measure or anything like that. And you can smell the relatively cheap whiskey as he sort of like. Now, this is a habit that he has that annoys the hell out of you. But what can you do, right? He's the captain. And he sort of looks at it and said, I'm glad you concur. Yes.
Yeah, I reckon I agree with you real well, Captain.
And look, you've experienced this many times before where he brings you in to tell him, and then he tells you, yes, I concur. Yes, I totally, absolutely agree with what you've got to say there.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's not really an issue. But with a storm like that bearing down on you, might be a bit of a concern. So he looks over and says, in my estimation, we can make for Wolf Trap that new lighthouse that they put in the middle of the bay. What do you think on that, first mate?
How accurate would I reckon that estimation is?
You're probably closer to the lighthouse than you are to the shore.
Mm-hmm.
And other ships have done this in the past. It's a new, very sturdy lighthouse that's been up maybe about 6 months.
Okay.
Prior to this time, they had a light ship there, just anchored, to show you where the end of the sandbank that comes out from the southwestern shore is.
Okay.
But now they put this, the government has spent about 6 months building this thing. And there it is. And funnily enough, there it is. Well, with a little bit of a modification. The real one's only 2-story.
Okay.
Ours is 3. It's better.
Oh, righty then. It's better than nothing. Let's give it a go.
All right. I'm glad you agree. And he gives you a little bit of the obligatory friendly slap on the shoulder. calls out to the master of the wheels, make it so, move us towards the wolf trap light. The rest of the crew, you notice that there's a subtle change in direction of the ship. I'll ask Father Filbert, what are you doing in your regular everyday activity about the
Father
ship?
Filbert is walking around trying to avoid conversation with Mrs. Walmsley, because whilst as a man of the cloth, doesn't really want to insert the pamphlets into Mrs. Walmsley, but is feeling that urge to happen more and more as they keep on coming through, and is just looking out, hoping that she gets seasick. Trying to keep the doctor occupied if possible. We're just hoping that she doesn't come around more. Doesn't really pay that much attention to what's going on. Storms happen out at sea, obviously, and it rains. Just as long as we get to where we need to go. And he's really starting to write. Seems to be writing down sermons, but more about views and places he would like to live after he finishes get off this god-awful boat in a couple of years' time.
Unfortunately, Walmsley doesn't seem to be the delicate constitution type. And she seems to be quite robust. Remembering that Walmsley is one of your regular passengers.
Yes.
She has her own berth on the ship. So she's not always on the ship, but
sometimes we can ask for divine intervention. We can ask for some divine favor going through, and gritting through teeth is like going, why? Where can the good Lord help out and potentially allow some of us to have a bit of peace whilst others are suffering?
Yes. In fact, she does catch your attention, and he's like, oh, Father, my latest pamphlet for you.
I will attempt to try to ignore and walk away, but I'm on a boat. I'm not thinking that's going to be that successful.
Well, it is very loud out on the railing.
So I'll play the bit of the deafness part there, as if I'm not hearing.
She sort of stands there waving the pamphlet. You've seen this one before, on account of its blue color, and her pamphlets are color coded. She has many.
I'll acknowledge her. I'll acknowledge her, Madam Walmsley. I guess how can one be of assistance to a fellow sister?
Father. I just wanted to get your opinion on the spiritual take and support for the abolitionist movement. We put together this little piece here, and since you're the only minister that I have any real contact with, would like to just get your take on the justifications that we raise in this pamphlet before we go to full production and distribution mode. So would you do me a kindness, good sir, and spend a moment or two of, I know you're clearly valuable time. She kind of looks down at the book a little bit knowingly. You detect a small amount of snark in her commentary, and
I would completely ignore the snark. And close the book up. It looks like a Bible in terms of what it is, but it's probably going to be maybe a recent production of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Having a slight read of that and a laugh, being a recent book. Yes, look, I would definitely love to have some time. It would take a while to go into it in depth, Mrs. Walmsley, because we don't want to have a hasty discussion or release these out when we can get ridiculed by those of lesser faith in coming through. We need to make sure we have a solid cause and we're backing the right horse, for want of a better term. As we know, the good Lord works across all these magical ways, and there are many people trying to throw out the word.
No, oh, right you are, Father Filbert. I'm traveling through to home tonight, so to Corpus Christi, so back to Texas. So end of the line, as it were, for the voyage for me this time. So
I might make it a priority. I could make that a priority for you, Mrs. Walmsley, as a dedicated.
You take the time you need, good sir, because it will be a long voyage. And she half winks, you think.
Yeah.
And then at that moment, the ship lurches just a bit, enough to like stagger you both. And she's like, well, I'm below. I bid you a good day, Father Filbert.
Good day, Mrs. Walmsley. If people could look into Father Filbert's mind, he would think of the brief possibility of pushing her over the side and then step back into his good Christian faith with a small chuckle.
Who would know?
And
Who would know?
And a welcoming wave and a nod. Yes.
Splash. Where does she know?
Who's gonna know?
Who's gonna know?
The evils of the church, right?
Yeah.
And
conveniences. We call them conveniences, my good sir. Not evils, conveniences.
Amazing.
And Dr. Hoshi, could you tell us about what you're doing as the storm starts to kick up?
Yeah. I'm currently in the sick bay and just trying to batten the hatches in there, making sure that all my medical supplies are, carefully locked away. But just moments ago, Cynthia came to visit with a little bit of a medical condition. She's feeling a bit sick, and these current dips and turns are not treating her too well. So at the moment, I am taking her through some Zen practices of pressure points to help cure the sickness that she's currently feeling at the moment. So, yeah.
She's very much, Doctor, I'm so glad you're here. I did not expect a proper doctor to be on a ship such as this. And she's like, she'd be 18, 19, maybe 20 if she's a day kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which is unusual for a minor to be traveling alone. But in these days of egalitarianism and why not the suffragette movement? Yes. America the Great.
Yeah, absolutely. I will question on her on that though. Are you traveling alone, darling, at all?
Oh yes, I am on my way to my new employment. In Tampa. I've been employed as a governess, and my first job, and she beams a little bit of that, but then the ship lurches, and she's like.
I quickly go back to the pressure point. I hand her a bucket.
Yeah, there's a blood.
Oh no! That's okay. Let it out.
She recovers. She's very terribly embarrassed.
Yeah, I take her through these little methods and the wrist pressure points and stuff, and ask her to repeat those practices whenever she's feeling such a way. And I give her a few sort of spew bags to take with her as
well. Absolutely, she feels a little bit better. But the weather is getting stronger and stronger and more rough. So she takes herself out and was like, I'm going to go back to the cabin. Thank you, Doctor. And,
you are quite welcome, darling.
you notice she sort of like lurches and lurches with against the roll of the ship. She has no idea what she's doing. You know, you have to jump up and steady her to sort of help her get out
Yeah.
of the out of the doorway. It's about this time that the black clouds are sort of very much rolling in, and the captain starts banging the absolute hell out of the ship's bell. So you all hear the bell. Enzo, you're already with the captain, so you know what this is all about, and it's a general to quarters. Uh, Everybody knows that there's a storm coming in. Something is going down. So, um, Father Filbert and Dr. Hoshi, your usual practice when the bell is rung like this is to run up to the wheelhouse with the captain to find out what your tasks are for this, along with a couple of the other, um, members of the crew who tend to sort of float around and do different jobs. Most of the crew have assigned roles, but there's like three of you who have this sort of floater thing because when you're not tending to the sick, you can be helping with something else. Same when you're not ministering, you could be helping with something else.
Yeah. As soon as I get everything sort of squared away, I quickly pack like a ready medi kit, just with a few essentials, and I head straight up to the wheelhouse.
Dr. Filbert will be walking nice and steadily rather than running, slightly lurching ship. Maybe believing that it's not actually a big storm, but the captain's had a few too many drinks as wont to go. So I'm thinking more along that path than obviously seeing the storm, but I'm thinking that's the idea behind it. But also dangerous to fall off the ship. Still thinking maybe I could have pushed Mrs. Walmsley off and no one would have known.
Well, you have had experience of the captain ringing the bell at like 2 or 3 bells in the morning because he's tied one on and has run out of everything and is demanding sacrament wine and whatever the hell else anybody else has to drink. So it's not a uncommon or unkind thing to assume that might be the case. But as you step out, you do see that you are now in the thick of transitioning into this massive storm. The wind is pelting down, and it is just black now. Most of the sails have been pulled in, and you only have your foresail catching enough wind to steer against whatever vagaries of the wind and channel currents.
Enzo, what do you need us to do?
Well, about now, I reckon you all should get in your rooms and lock your doors. And let me and the captain and the crew handle it from here until we get to the lighthouse.
I think I'll stay on hand just in case there's any injuries or if any medical emergencies come up. So if I could find a secure place here, I'm happy to stay up in the wheelhouse.
How hard would it be for me to find like the 1800s equivalent of a rope with a carabiner attached to it?
No, not at all difficult. There is rope everywhere for these purposes. There are like short lengths for lashing yourself to spars and what have you.
I'll hand one to the doctor and like, all right, well, you put this around your waist now, Doc, and just clip onto whatever you can find.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fernandez.
Enzo, if it'd be okay with you, I'd like to rather stay upstairs. It's not that I don't wish to be confined to cabin. I just don't wish other people to find me in the cabin and hand out leaflets of why the wind blows and the ships sink and if
Why
she
don't you
comes
go
up,
ahead and
then-
help yourself to my cabin? Because that's the last place she's going to look for you, Padre.
At this point, you're probably thinking, though, that given the role, it is
Above his
really,
belly, yeah.
really rough. Traversing the ship now would be actually kind of
Yeah.
dangerous.
Time herself down. Yeah.
Yeah, you like because you are in as wild a weather as you have ever come across now. The tiny little foresail that you had up just for steering, that strips. Like the wind just rips that out. It is black. The rain is pelting into your face, and then it's hitting you on the side of the head, and then it's hitting you on the back of the head. You know that this thing is a roller coaster ride of storm, of thunder, of rolling black clouds. It is so dark. It is, it is lurching up and down and all over the place. And I will get all of you to make me a Constitution save, please. Which is just basically your con roll.
Oh, excellent. A 4, 004, Constitution 60. So that puts me below a
In your-
fifth.
Yeah, steady as a rock there, Father Phil, but nothing. You are level. The rest of the world is like gyrating around you, but you are just rock solid rolling with
It's
it.
just wind. It's just piss and wind is all it really is when you think about it. It's just piss and wind. And like realistically, there's natural, normal reasons for it. And I don't know if people are complaining and worried that for them out. I might reach over and see if I could grab the captain's little flask and have a quiet little nip whilst he's engaged in doing something. That would just probably be to settle my nerves. But other than that,
0 and a 10
Yeah.
is a 10, yes?
Yes.
yes.
In that case, I got a 10.
And so, what is that compared to your numbers? Is that a half, a fifth, a regular?
It's under a fifth. I got a 55 on con.
All right. So, hang on. I had the foresight of printing out your character sheets.
I'm just gonna sneak a little peek over at the Padre and just be like, "That's mighty cheeky of you, Padre," but I won't say a thing.
Oh yeah, that is under. So yeah, no dramas. Again, you're used to this. You know, you sailed with the Portuguese Navy. You've seen the worst of the weather of the world. So yeah, like no dramas, steady as a rock as well. You do spy Father Philbert very sneakily grabbing the captain's spare flask out of a chest. But he's very quick. Of course, the captain has many spare flasks. This
Awesome.
would just be one of them.
I might have to luck this. I got an 84 against an 80.
Oh, yeah, you might have to.
I
all right.
do I luck that to just get a standard success?
Yes, you can.
Amazing.
Absolutely. And again, for chat and those not familiar with the rules of Call of Cthulhu, we have basically two mechanisms in the rules in case the players fail or and wish to not fail. One of them is pushing a roll, where for certain roles you not combat can't. Actually, no, you can't push luck, but you can push in combat. So you can basically have another go, but there are dire consequences if you then fail for the second time. And the other mechanism is, as Dr. Hoshi has used here, to use luck. So you can spend your luck point for point to bring you to the threshold that you need. So in this case, and since we're a one shot, I would be burning luck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not seeing tomorrow with these characters. It's a one shot in Cthulhu. You know
Spoilers,
that, right?
Spoilers.
Yeah. Yeah. So standard success for Dr. Hoshi.
All right, so you're able to stay upright mostly. You are drenched, which begs the question: did you come out in your sou'wester?
I came out just wearing my normal just my normal clothes, my normal work clothes. So
Then you,
vest, shirt.
yep,
Yep.
yep, you'll be absolutely drenched to the bone.
Okay.
Yeah. Every now and then you're on your butt as you sort of slip, but it's nothing that will do damage. And this is the wildest weather you have ever seen. And it's getting worse and worse. It is cataclysmic storm front that you are in, just bobbing around and moving and throwing.
If anyone,
it's more than this big bad, right?
Yeah. If anyone clocks Dr. Hoshi at this point, she was wearing like a long sleeve white shirt. It is her skin a normal normally pale color, dark underneath the white shirt now that it is drenched. Dark and with a few colors and stuff. Just if anyone gets close enough to see that.
Yeah.
I'd like to check to make sure Dr. Hoshi's still tied in well, because it didn't seem.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just I don't want her to go off because, thinking that having a doctor is going to be more safe for myself. Oh, sorry, the flock.
I'm fine, Father. Thank you so much for checking. No need to fret. And if you do come up closer to her, you do see that there is various colors and shapes and patterns on her skin underneath the now white drenched shirt.
Like tattoos is what I'm.
Like tattoos, indeed. You would recognize them as. Yeah.
Okay.
Full sleeves on both arms.
Full sleeves on both arms.
But yeah, she sort of she tries to, I guess, do her best to sort of hide the fact and to, stop you from getting too close to fret about it, and tries to right herself and fix herself. But it's very obvious now that you can see those things.
Won't comment at all. Will make no difference at all. Just, people drawing their skins. It's all good. It's up to them. I've seen that thing before.
She sort of acknowledges that and respects that a little bit as well.
Where are we headed?
Depending if the captain can get his butt into gear, we're heading for the lighthouse. There's no land aside from the lighthouse anywhere nearby, so we're going to try to hunker down for the night.
That little bitty thing that sits in the middle yep, good luck finding that one.
Well, it does have a light on it. So we just gotta look for the light in the darkness. And
can we clock that at all?
Can we clock the light? Can we clock?
Yeah. It's probably
okay.
Kilometer off.
You of all people, Padre, should know all about finding the light in the darkness.
I kind of cackle at that a little bit.
One always looks for the light, but it's never where you think you need to find it.
It's over there.
Yep, and
I'm glad you're on it.
It is. You can see the beacon, and it's almost miraculous in some sense. As soon as you spy the beacon and go, oh, there it is, doing its lighthouse flippy light thing. Yeah, that's a technical term, folks. The weather settles a bit. There's a bit of a break. It seems you come out into calmer seas.
Well, this is not usual, but I am not going to look this gift horse in the mouth.
Absolutely.
You can see the light is still obscured by the haze of where you are, but you're feeling you must be kind of in the eye or the edge of the storm. Of course, you hear a rah, rah, cheers, huzzahs from the crew and the passengers as you're going from this kind of thing to this kind of sailing. So everyone seems a little bit happy about this. There's a collective sigh of relief as not total calm. It's still a bit choppy, but as calm is mostly restored.
Etiko is straight into action, sort of takes the rope off now and just makes sure she does the rounds and checks on anyone who might have fallen over, any injuries or anything like that that might have happened during the rough patch there. Do I find anyone?
Oh yeah, you've got a litany
Oh
of
gosh.
cuts and scrapes
Yeah.
and bruises and cargo not secured properly and banging into the shins of a certain Mr. Wu Chen,
Oh, okay.
who presents, and you can see he's got a bit of matted blood on his shin.
Oh,
He's
gosh.
taken a fairly decent whack
Yeah.
to the shins. He presents to you with the box, which you assume is the culprit for the injury. Given that it's
box, sorry, keeper. How big is the box, keeper?
the box would be about somewhere between half and third a tea chest sized. So the same footprint as of a tea chest, just about between a half and a third deep of that. So what would that be? About 90 centimeters ish.
Dr. Hoshi, would we'd like some assistance. I have, tended some wounds back in the day. I'm more than capable of helping.
Yes, please. If you don't mind taking care of just these few minor cuts and stuff, I'll hand you a few medical supplies. Mr. Chen, would you please can I escort you down to the sick bay and I can treat your wound a little bit better? Do you want to put down your box at all while we go?
He looks at you and just looks like he's struggling to understand what you're saying, but essentially puts the box down, sits on the box, and rolls up his trouser leg to show you the gash.
Okay, yes, I mean I can treat you here.
This man is Vietnamese, so you don't share a language.
No.
You know.
Okay, I will attempt to treat him here with the stuff that I have. Thank you so much for your offer, Father. If you don't mind seeing those patients there, I'll continue with Mr. Wu Chen here. And I go through, do my checks, make sure nothing's broken, and do my best to suture or bandage his injury.
You do notice similar tattoos to what you have.
Okay.
But
any designs that stick out to me at all?
No, completely different styles. But similar effect.
How's he
kind of
yeah
looks at you and nods because he can tell.
Okay, he's spotted mine. Okay.
It's like you're coming from Japanese culture, he's coming from Vietnamese. There's clearly mean very similar things, but you don't swim in the same pools.
Yes.
And have no interaction. So it's more of a, oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just a recognition. Yeah.
Bit of a nod. That's about it. Moves on. And that's why he's just put the box on the ground and he's sitting on it. Could you give me a spot hidden roll, actually?
Sure. That is 27 against a 50, so just a little above the half.
Okay, so you do notice that he is packing a revolver of some variety. It's reasonably well hidden. It's not in a quick draw holster or anything like that. It's more of like a chamois kind of leather, so it's quite discreet. But because you're so close to him, you can see like it's just on a cross draw on his hip inside. It's hidden to casual view, but not completely hidden.
I've been on this boat for 4 years. What do I know about the protocols when it comes to passengers with weapons and firearms? Is there a lockbox for it? Does the captain usually take those things?
Or is you're in the good old United States of America.
No worries. All right, so I'm not too concerned about it then.
Prior to a lot of places putting in ordinances where you couldn't actually carry firearms with you. Look, it's not the Wild West where everyone open carries, but it's starting to be seen to be less acceptable in polite society. Although most people will still carry some kind of firearm. Gentlemen will have sword canes, stuff like that. Because
I'm not too worried about him with this. I've probably seen it before in other passengers.
Yeah, like it's. You're out of the civilized East. So, Enzo, on the other hand, struts around with his gun
Is he packing, is he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
packing.
Okay.
Enzo's packing.
Amazing. All right.
We've lost him for a sec.
Yeah.
Enzo has a custom built,
he's got him,
gunslinger rig, which is his pride and joy. And every now and then he'll strut around the ship on a nice non-sea spray day because the salt does terrible things to leather. As a leather worker, I could attest to that. So yeah, he'll strut around with his specialized gunslinger rig that he has. But yes, he does carry. What do you carry, Enzo? I completely forgot your everyday carry.
I believe it is just a pair of real fancy pistols.
Oh no, they're not your everyday ones.
Oh, they're my everyday carry. Okay, hang on.
You've got 3.
Oh yeah, and I've got a Colt, just a normal Colt revolver.
Okay.
Yep, single action army.
Yeah.
Awesome.
In a, if I recall, Slim Jim rig, which is just a tight-fitting one that fits into the belt on a cross draw.
Yep. That is what it says.
Yep. Yeah, it would say that because your keeper is slightly obsessed with the Old West as well. And just reads way too much about this sort of stuff. But yeah, so Wu Chen looks like a 32, possibly a 38. Sort of discreetly tucked into a waistband belt.
Okay. I make no mention. I continue with my practice and do my best to heal up whoever else is out there.
Yeah.
And the captain probably has a 32 or 38 ounce quick draw as well.
Nice.
So yeah, it takes about 5 to 10 minutes to stitch him up and get him on his way. And yes, there's the litany of other passengers as bumps and scrapes and bruises and what have you. A few passengers, Father Filbert, do turn up for you're not a Catholic priest, by the way.
Yeah, no. That's
but
fine.
They turn up for a few Our Fathers and a few absolutions on near-death experience.
I'm happy to go the flow because it always, like in a tight environment, money is money. Oh, sorry, donations are donations, and it's all for the one.
Yeah,
it's
love
all
it.
for the one.
Yeah, and let's see. Mr. Papadopoulos is definitely a little bit free flowing with the donations. And look, you're probably able to convince him, $1 per Hail Mary, right? Or something similar.
Definitely put in a lot of the positive vibes. If anyone's paying attention and really watching, it could come across more of a part of a job moment, but still, the more passionate the person is, knowing that there's going to be donations and successes around this one here, then the more free flowing with the liberal language it'll follow up with.
Yeah. And look, Mr. Papadopoulos clearly feels pretty happy about the outcome here. And, $3 make their way into your hand for the church.
It's all for the church. There's nothing to do with the Father Filbert Retirement Fund for London. Yeah, not at all.
No, not at all. And $3 is actually quite.
That's a heck of a
generous.
lot of money. That's a significant amount of money, isn't it?
Yeah, that'd be equivalent to about $300-400 now.
Yeah, so he's a fraction more.
Yeah, he's pressed a significant amount of cash into your hand there. And this is the fisherman who has seen it all, right? So yeah, there's lots of toing and froing, lots of ropes being redone and sails being put up, and a lot of repair going on whilst you're in this calm, which lasts for about 45 minutes to an hour. You're sort of like plodding along, but you can see you are heading towards the storm again. Ooh. And eventually you cross that threshold once again. It's not as wild as it was previously, but the storm is riding out, and everybody's really, really glad that the repairs were done, and the ship is a little bit more, but you're still bobbing around quite a bit. About 10 minutes into the bobbing around and it getting lurching and getting worse and worse again, there is a little bit more of a calm. Okay. And from your vantage point on the at the wheelhouse, you're pretty sure you saw some movement up off the port bow. Can I get you all to again make me a spot hidden roll, please?
006, is that a 6?
That's a 6, yeah.
That's a 6.
68, which is a success. I have 75
excellent
hidden, so yep. So 68, I'll leave it at yep. That'll be
so we've got a regular, we've got a 5th, and Enzo.
Ooh, shit. I got a 31 and I've got a 25.
So no, you don't see anything. But Father Filbert, you see,
wow.
According to you, you swear it's like one of the deckhands just pops up from the ocean.
Maybe he fell off in the storm. He fell off on the storm and came back up. That's what happens when you tie yourself on with the rope.
And then another one. And then another one. Right? Yeah. So 3 of the crewmen must have fallen off.
Yeah. Maybe they could have been from the lighthouse people, because someone has to light the lighthouse, and maybe they've swum out to help us out.
Entirely plausible. Dr. Hoshi.
6 against a 10.
On the other hand, see this exact same thing, but they're not deckhands. They are horrifying humanoid fish people. They've got scales and they're wrinkled in places. You can see where a little bit of barnacles have like attached to one of them, and they've got this sort of really grayish kind of greenish skin for one of them. The other one's kind of the grayish blue. And they got a yellowish stomachs.
Oh god.
Yeah, so coming down from their chest. So it's like this grey, green, and
Fade,
grey.
yeah.
They look really sort of shiny and slippery and like. Ugh.
Is this just a quick like pop up and then back down, or
Oh
is
no,
it...
no, no! They're on the foredeck.
Oh gosh.
They have just gone
Oh gosh.
onto the deck.
I
And
yeah.
so they look a little bit like Jello, for our American audiences. Jelly for us Australians, there's a wobbly and all this little. Got thin like ridges going across the head, bulging eyes, and these wicked shark teeth.
Oh gosh. I quickly go for Enzo and drag him over to point these things out. What the hell are those?
They're just crewmen. It's all good.
No,
These
no,
crewmen,
look,
Doctor.
look closely. They're horrible beasts. Some sort of
That's not
fish
nice.
creature.
That's not
I
nice
mean,
to say about our crewmen. Like,
is no one else seeing this?
Enzo, now that they're pointed out, you can see these fish demon things.
Yeah. Padre, that ain't no crewman. Doc, I don't know what you're expecting me to know about this. Do
Well,
I look like a man who's seen that
I don't want you
kind
to
of thing
know anything. I
before?
know that you know guns.
Yeah,
That will
and
help.
I got one. And if they get any closer,
Well, we have to get them off the boat. They look extremely dangerous.
They do. Can I ask you both to make a sanity check for me?
Oh.
Father Philbert doesn't need
Oh
to.
no. Sanity. Where's that?
So that's where you'll roll your percentage against your current sanity, which is circled.
Oh yes.
Get above it, and then that's bad.
Okay, above is bad.
Above is bad.
And I rolled above.
Okay, so can you roll me a 1d6 and then take that off your current sanity total?
okay.
As you are freaked out
Yes.
by this gelatinous skinned, wobbly, grey-green, shark teeth, fish-eyed sea demon that's about 6 foot tall that has jumped up out of the
Oh, they're
ocean.
huge. Oh gosh. Okay.
And this one's carrying a trident.
I lost
I-
5, so that's great.
I don't like the look of any of this. Can I shoot?
Oh,
Who did I
yeah,
shoot?
you can shoot. They are coming towards you. You have one is armed with a trident.
Mm-hmm.
One is armed with a spear, and the other one has claws.
Okay.
Gosh.
And they see you and they're like these huge needlepoint shark-like teeth,
Okay,
and
well,
they rush in.
I'm pretty sure I just fudged that up. That's a 99.
Yeah, 99 not good.
Yeah.
That would mean you're aboard a ship, you're sensible, and you've got empty chamber underneath your hammer. Which means it's slowing you down for and the Slim Jim holster is gripping. So let's just say they get to close on the wheelhouse before you're able to get your shot off
no.
because like not a fumble exactly, but close enough. So they are on you in the wheelhouse.
Oh,
They just
no.
tie the ropes down. Like obviously it's been raining, that's why they're slimy and looking, and they're just wearing this nice new, sea coat.
Father, and I shake you. Look
They should just
closer.
be. They're just all they are. They're just the workmen. They should be tying off the ropes. What is going on? Like fair comment. They might have been upset with the rain. Look at those new jackets. Though. They look like they're keeping the water from them.
I spin
Padre.
I spin the father around and I start pushing him towards like a doorway to try and like get him
Yeah.
undercover as quickly as possible.
Yeah, get out of here, Padre. How much of that flask did you drink?
I've had none. I was using it actually on the wounds. It's a fantastic antiseptic. It was just in case. But obviously they need some dental work. But that's you can't. Your sailors
Father,
don't brush
move.
their teeth often.
Okay. So, the way combat works in this game is that we run in dex order. And that order is going to be Hoshi
Mm,
working
okay.
first. You've also got the master, but the master is like tending to the wheel and the captain.
Nice. So I guess for Hoshi, it's like a full we go into like full anime scene. She rolls out her medical bag, which like flies up and presents a variety of tools and weapons for her to use. In that instance where it's like in the air, this is just all for flavor, by the way. while this bag is floating in the air, she snatches up a couple of scalpels and the stick like sort of shape that sort of anchors the bag that sort of she uses to roll down actually slides out a little into a small tanto, a little Japanese samurai blade comes out of that. And she is like well armed and ready to go to defend herself towards the entrance to just make sure that like people are able to get past her into the entrance, and she's just holding them off from there. So takes up a position.
Right, so
My goodness.
think of the wheelhouse as like those, on the speedboats that just have the driving bit at the front and then a canopy. That's kind of what you got. So there's no real.
So there's no doorway or anything that people can like get into lower decks. Oh, okay.
There's a wall behind you, and then a wheel at the front, and then you got about 4 or 5 meters of coverage of canopy.
Okay.
It doesn't really close as such.
All right, I'll try
it's
and
pretty open.
Okay, I'll try and get sort of to just one of the flanking sides of this canopy. The one that Enzo's not on, sort of thing, so that we're covered from all points.
Yep. As at this point in time, you notice another 2 of these things jump up from the other side and are making their way up.
Gosh.
One has a club and one has a cutlass by the look of it.
They've got weapons.
Yeah.
Crimin.
Oh.
They may need some. I don't know if they need surgery, doctor, but you are the doctor.
Padre.
I'm about to perform some surgery right now.
Yeah.
Remember, Hoshi has the throw skill as well. That's
I did not. Oh, yes, I did. I see that now.
Yes.
I will go ahead and throw a scalpel at the nearest one.
Okay. Then you will roll your percentage dice.
That is a 101, so 11.
Okay.
That is, I guess, a hard, close to extreme, but not quite. Can I luck that at all? Push that to an extreme?
Oh, it's been so long. I can't remember what you can and can't push. Hang on.
Can you use lucks in combat?
I'm sure there's people in chat telling me what can be pushed and what can't, but combat rolls cannot be pushed. There you go.
Can it be lucked though?
Can it be lucked? Yes, it can be lucked.
I will luck it to an 8 for an extreme success.
Okay.
Nice.
Then do your maximum damage.
Amazing. So maximum damage. So my damage for that thrown scalpel is 1d3 plus d DB. What is the
DB is your damage bonus,
Damage
which
bonus.
is
Bottom right of the
going
screen.
to be not a lot. Is going to be
Nothing.
none.
It's nothing for that. So it's just 1d3. So it's 3. Is that?
Bypass. Yep, you're going to do
Okay.
3 points of damage bypassing armor. That is not insignificant. And who out of these fish demons do you want to hit? You've got hand-to-hand
Crewman,
fish
please,
demon,
keeper. Crewman.
spear fish demon,
Mhm.
cutlass, trident, or club.
I'm gonna aim for Trident.
Trident.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit that one.
Who appears to be crewman Bob
Mhm.
to
Yep.
To the doc, to the father.
to,
yeah.
Padre.
to Father Filbert. Yeah. Okay, a significant thud. So you want to just describe your attack and results, because that's definitely a hit.
Oh, amazing. Yes. So, flipping a scalpel, between the fingers, and it's just swift movement, almost like from the hip sort of action, like you wouldn't be able to kind of tell that was from her if you weren't looking directly at her. And then, just a nice swift hit, maybe towards like the shoulder or something like that, maybe in an attempt to disarm or take out that arm kind of thing. That's her
absolutely.
sort of...
And you can see the fish demon sort of drops a little bit, favoring the other side, and now has the trident one-handed.
Yes, nice. Yeah.
Okay, next on our list is our dear Father Filbert.
Interesting surgical techniques from the east there, Dr. Hoshi. I'll let you gentlemen just look after the agitated crew. I'm not sure. Maybe Captain should have left them undercover or something, and they'll just back off. Father Phil is not a combat style guy. Just
Get below deck, Father, please. Hurry.
So I'll aim to go towards the deck. If I can go through without annoying the crewmen, I don't want to be in their road and put them out of it. Yeah.
You could if you give us a dex, I guess.
Sure.
Then sure, you can make your way
Perfect.
through.
Dexterity is 55. I've rolled a 59. I will luck it to a success. Luck.
No prob. So yeah, and you want to give us a description as you're,
Pretty much he's going to.
left.
Is it possible to bring Mr. Papadopoulos with me? And just as he was up there, he was giving money. So just see if I can escort him along the way, and if not, just casually riding the rolls as he's able to walk across the water as.
Absolutely.
Somebody's done, and just bring Papadopoulos on with us, because just chatting away, and just these crewmen are just so. I don't know. Maybe the captain didn't pay them. I'm not sure what's going on there, Mr. Papadopoulos, but I think we should go down below the deck. They seem a little bit rowdy for us going on, and he'll just basically casually stroll and just go with the ship and just seem to dodge his way past these able-bodied crewmen, with Mr. Papadopoulos going through.
Now Papadopoulos is just like,
Yes, I know that they're fine, Miss Papadopoulos. They just need to have a conversation with the captain, I'm assuming.
just not saying anything, just staring wide-eyed and pointing.
You might go see if Miss Wong's okay. She was down below, and you may have had a hit on the head or something. Let's go and see.
Yes, you have no dramas escorting him down. And the good Father Filbert exits stage port.
Stage port. Oh, nice.
Since we're nautical themed. See what I did there? I thought it was quite clever. And so next on our list is their turn, because Enzo, you're really slow.
Yeah, apparently.
I mean, not as slow as the captain and the master, but really slow. So time for me to throw some bones here. Trident Fishman steps in and takes a stab at you, Enzo, with Trident. Which is going to be a success, a regular success. So you may do your opposiness or you may dodge, whichever you wish to do. So basically, if you're looking at your regular combat flowchart, you are able to either fight back, and we'll see who gets the better result, or you can use your dodge to get out of the way.
I think I'm going to try to dodge.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
And what did you get with your dodge?
Oh,
I got a 39. And my dodge is 22.
oh gosh.
Okay, that means you're going to be hit with a trident.
Can you luck it at all?
How do I do
It's
that?
a lot of luck points, but I mean, it's maybe worth
If you
it.
push, I don't know if it's. Are you able to push that? And
You can't push in combat, but you can luck
Okay.
in combat.
How do I luck?
You spend luck points. So you'll find about the top level there, about mid level under the Call of Cthulhu bit,
Oh, yep.
where your luck is.
I got a few, but that is a lot to get down to 22.
17.
It's a one shot.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
I started with 80 luck, so I had a lot of expenditure.
You know what? Let's do it. I'll do it.
Nice. Even a
All
standing
right.
success might be enough.
If I die, I die.
Well, that's a standing success each, which means draw, which means no hit. So yes, you dodge successfully out of the way of the trident.
And I guess just kind of do one of those like Matador style.
Yeah.
Please do.
That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. Enzo just does that and like clicks his heels together and pulls his little sword out and waves it around dramatically, thinking way too highly of that very simple dodge he just did.
And I'm going to say way too highly, exceptionally, because you dodged straight onto the spear of Spear Guy, who rolled a 0-1.
Oh gosh. We need to get
So
the
it's
hell
like-
out of here.
It's more like, oh!
Yeah. So would you care to roll your dodge again, but you are at Cthulhu's version of disadvantage, which you roll your tens die, so you'll have 3 die. 2 for tens, 1 for your ones, and you use the lowest. Sorry, you use the highest tens die. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm already screwed. I got a 10 on that. I haven't even rolled the single yet. That's 13.
Yeah, and so you rolled 3 die, right?
Yeah. I got a 10 on the highest of the 10s dice and a 3 on the single.
Okay.
It's not bad, right? He rolled low.
So that would be the minimum that you could roll. So yeah. So you rolled 1 for your tens on both of them.
No, I got a 9 and a 10 and then a 3. So I got a 13.
So when you take the higher roll, so the 9 would be 90.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
wait,
93.
sorry. Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. So, that was 93.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm not used to the percentage thing. I very rarely use them because I mostly play D&D and I only use them for magic item tables.
To be honest, the way I don't like the ones with the double numbers that I find very confusing because I'm old. So I just use two different colored
Singles,
ones,
colours.
and that's the tens and that's the ones.
Yeah.
And like the darkest color is always a 10, so it makes it a lot easier. And 00 is 100. So yeah, just as a tip, because I don't know why they did the introduce those fancy dice with an extra number on them back in my day.
Back in my day, we had a D20 we had to colour in with a crayon.
Exactly. I got one of them in my special.
I have one of them too. I don't have the crayon though.
Yeah, I don't have the crayon. I don't have the little red box it came in anymore either.
No.
Sadly. It'd be nice. But you know, I was 12. Anyway, we digress. You got
was
stabbed,
7.
son. You got a real good one. You are going to take 8 plus 4 is 12
Oh gosh.
points of damage. And last time I checked, you did only had 13 hit points.
Something like that.
No,
No, 10.
10.
Oh.
All
Good.
right.
Oh,
So
Oh gosh. Did we just lose someone?
we did.
Oh,
But that's all right.
Oh goodness.
we have a doctor there.
Got
we have a doctor.
Yeah, you got a doctor.
How does I don't know about this part of Call of Cthulhu, but is there death saves? Is there like stabilization?
No.
Oh god.
There is stabilization. There is medical
Okay.
assistance that can
Okay.
be rendered, but once you get to 0, it's pretty much lights out. But don't worry, this is Cthulhu.
This is Cthulhu. This is what it's about.
Yeah. Not that we're going to have a player sitting out for. Well,
Yeah.
that
I
time.
imagine you'd have some kind of a plan. But since
Oh,
I just
I
got
do
stabbed
have a
badly, I am just going to do a quick bio break.
Yeah, well, you got stabbed very well, actually.
Yeah, well, I mean, for
On his part, yeah.
them, yeah.
The outcome was bad for you.
Is a Portuguese sailor? Is that correct? Am I right with Portuguese army?
Yes.
Yes.
So Portuguese shish kebab
Yeah.
barbecue. Yes.
Yeah.
So, yes, Enzo is hanging off the end of this spear with this fish demon looking like a guy.
That's
Or crew member
yeah.
doing
Remember.
something
Remember,
weird.
but yeah. Look, this is what we
Um,
call why we pay membership dues for our unions. It's obviously a positive time in the US
Yeah.
for union membership.
Is there anyone else on deck? Is there like the captain or any other crewmates
Yes,
that
the
are like
captain and the master are there as well, and they see this terrible creature attend the wheelhouse and skewer the first mate, and the captain takes a big drink and he legs it.
oh he's going of course.
The master squeals like as he comes face to face with the gnashing teeth of the sea demon thing, and you can smell the rotting horribleness of like the ocean. Not that the ocean's rotting and horrible, but you know when it gets ugh.
Full of evil fish, man. Yeah.
Yeah, out of its breath. You can smell that as it goes at the master and takes a bite
Oh.
out of his neck, and it's like,
Oh no. Oh the
and
captain's gone.
no, the captain legged it.
Oh, the captain's gone.
This
Who's
is the master. The master is the
steerer,
the wee
yeah.
chappy who steers the
Oh
boat.
no. Oh gosh.
And as that happens, the master sort of slumps forward on the wheel. The ship just like careens to starboard under the weight of the master's like who's on the wheel, and he's like reels it over, reefs the entire ship over. you hear this sickening crack noise that reverberates throughout the entire ship, and you see the main, the foremast just heel over, taking the foresail with it, landing into the water.
Oh gosh.
Enzo, you are ready to brace yourself on this. You know what's happening next. The rest of you, not so much. As the spar hits the water, the canvas and the rigging and the timber all act as a massive brake, and the ship just flips sideways. Everybody goes flying. There is absolute pandemonium. The ship is slowly keeling over. You hear screams from under the deck. You hear Mr. Rasmussen screaming for help. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Can someone come help, please? You hear Wu Chen down in the cargo hold yelling as well. Something. You're not sure, but he's yelling something in a foreign language none of you understand. And by none of you, I mean Father Filbert and Dr. Hoshi, and not the corpse that is Enzo.
Too soon. Too soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hoshi can do something about it if she wishes.
I will try and like in this moment where everything's flipped and the fishmen are sort of taken about as well. I'll quickly slide over to Enzo, assessing the wound as quick as possible and knowing like what kind of weapon, what kind of stabbage, and the area that it's in. Can I do anything about this?
Absolutely, you have first aid.
Awesome. I want to stabilize him as quick as possible. Try and get a handle on this wound before he loses too much blood.
And Father Filbert also has first aid too. As the crack and what have you, the fish demons look up, and they're like, and they all scarper. They're just straight over the side of the boat again, leaving you to your fate.
Yeah. So Enzo is my first point of call. Before I get on to anyone else, I want to see if I can fix him up a little bit.
All right. Give us your best first aid roll.
Oh gosh,
or your
make
worst
it good
if you want. Fist aid is appropriate as well.
That is 78 against a 60. I'm gonna luck it. I'm gonna luck it.
Well, Father Filbert, you might. Oh no, you're not on deck.
I'm not.
You're not on
deck.
deck. You're down in the cabin. So
I'm going in the cabin to help Mr. Rasmussen. So no, otherwise it would have helped. Yeah.
So,
all right, so you're going to luck it out?
I'm going to use 18 of my luck points. Yeah.
All right. You're able to stabilize Enzo. And Enzo, come back from the light. Come back. So Enzo, you will be actually, if you could throw me a 1d4, I believe it is for this one, please, Dr. Hoshi.
Oh, 1d4 from me.
Yeah, from you.
That is a 3.
All right, Enzo, you will be sitting on, where were you? You are 3 hit points now.
There you go.
Like you've got a dirty, great big hole in your side where your liver used to be.
Much obliged, Doc.
And you will not be doing any heroics for a bit. You're back with us.
Yeah, I prop him up, sort of back against the wall, somewhere safe. Now that the boat's sort of like tilting and stuff, so against anything that will sort of help him prop. And I am going to quickly assess whoever else is in need, whoever else is screaming.
Master.
Yeah, I'm. Oh, I think Master might be gone, right? I quickly jump. I will quickly go over to him.
Oh
See,
yeah, he's well and truly dead.
Okay.
who's screaming? Because I'm particularly looking for young Cynthia, but whoever's in like earshot as well.
down underneath the
The
cabin, I
only
would've
voices you can hear are Mr. Rasmussen, the postmaster, who's screaming, "Help! Help! I'm stuck in my cabin,"
Yep.
and Wu Chen, who, because the cargo hold is basically directly underneath the planking of the wheelhouse, you can hear him yelling something in Vietnamese, you would imagine.
If I hear the postmaster say that he's in his cabin, that sounds a little safer to me. Someone who's in the cargo hold might be in a bit more trouble. So I'm going to duck down to whatever cracked planks there are and sort of just fall and try and drop into below deck and to the cabin area to find Wu Chen.
Father Phil will be asking Mr. Papadopoulos to go and help Mr. Rasmussen while
Yep.
he'll move towards. Father Phil will go towards the calling out to people. Come out! Hey guys, Mrs. Walmsley, come on! Are you all right? You know, Miss Wong.
There
come on
doesn't
out.
seem to be a lot of action from the other passengers. It is where you are in the cabin area is very loud, and you can hear the distinct sound of water rushing in.
Aim towards the bottom underneath to help out our lovely Mr. Vietnamese man, who we have no idea, possibly saying there's water coming in, help.
And well, both you and Dr. Hoshi will arrive about similar times. And Mr. Wu Chen is sort of standing there. He's got the crate and he's struggling, and you can see water is starting to sort of seep up through the boards, and he is struggling with the crate. He's trying to pull it. He's yelling, as best you can tell, some form of obscenities at the crate, and kicking the crate and struggling with it as there is now, like, because the boat's kind of on about this angle now. You're on about probably about a 4 or 5 degree angle at the moment. As you know, he's struggling with this crate.
Is it just the weight of the crate, or is it stuck on something or something pulling it?
You're not sure. And like he sort of like he looks at you, and he like pulls the gun.
Oh,
He's like,
what?
like pointing at you, like he's like, and his really, really broken English says,
Mm-hmm.
"Back,
We've come to help.
family honor."
We've come to help, Mr. Ho Chin. Come with us. Come with us. And I try and I keep a distance, and I make sure Father Philbert is at a distance as well. And
Yeah, Father Phil's going to be doing a nice little, sign of the cross and ready to walk out. He's, someone points a gun and says, leave. I think that's a fair conversational piece to say leave. And look, he wants to get it out himself. I'm more than happy.
Like he's gun, and he's now like one-handed watching you and like struggling with this thing. It seems to shift a bit, but the water level is rising. Like it's not rising, but it's like,
yeah, it's starting to get there. I point that out. I point to the water underneath him, and then I usher him over to come with us.
do you want to try, I guess, for what it's worth, persuasion?
Is there something
What's
we
it called?
Father Phil can do to
It is
help?
called something
Persuade?
different.
No,
Persuade.
there is a persuade. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Father Phil might help that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, can I have a roll of that?
Yeah. Oh,
Persuade,
absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Mine was not a.
Oh. Okay. Can I? Is it? Can I push it to re-roll? Is that what I'm able to do?
Yes, a push basically means if it fails, we have disastrous consequences. So
If you're not far off, you can luck to bring it down, or you can push
I
it
don't
to.
think I can luck it, so I'm just going to.
Okay.
So just to
Fine,
share
push
in
it.
this
everybody
case,
else.
I will say the push is if it fails, he is going to get angry, and he's a man with a gun.
So just to share everyone out there what's happened. So Father Phil is fantastically persuasive normally at 75. It's great. He's rolled 000.
Oh.
Oh dear.
So he's
Yeah.
rolled 100.
Give it a shot.
So I'm going to
Give it a push.
shot.
Yeah.
That's the first time I think I've rolled 100 since D&D, Advanced D&D Second Edition. So let's go here. Oh, that's much better. Yeah, 39. So
Nice. Love it.
Can you luck at that to push it to a to a 50?
Yep.
Yep. So I'll use 2 luck to push that to a 50, please.
Why not? I'm playing fast and loose with the rules. I
Yeah.
can't remember.
Thank
to
you.
be honest.
I don't know. I just don't ask, but no, thank you. Yeah.
All right. So what are you saying to him?
Miming it. Water floating up, drowning. Let's walk out. And saying very, very slowly, like, we need to go. You drowning.
Not good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hoshi, what's your body language and disposition? What are you doing at this moment? And the only reason I'm asking this is because this will play very much into what the outcome of your persuasion roll there is, Father Filbert.
Yeah, I was also gesturing to those the situational stuff like the water rising and stuff like that. But she is still holding on to her weapon. She's she's like taking up a defensive stance because of the gun and because the father is next to her. She's sort of almost covering him slightly. But yeah, still in a sort of a more stressed sort of situation. Like, come with us. There is things happening. We need to get out. But you're also holding a gun, so I'm I'm wary of that.
Yeah. Okay. No. He looks at you and seems to understand, and then, like, almost with a pleading look in his eyes, says, "Family honor."
I point at the box. Does he acknowledge that?
Try to point at the box and try to mime that we're lifting together.
So I will approach slowly and see if he wants me to help.
Keyword. Thank you. As you approach, he just goes wild eyes and squeezes off a couple of rounds.
Oh, okay. Can I attempt to throw a scalpel at his hand to try and disarm or something?
You can not dodge firearms.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, you can, but it's very, very, very difficult. So you can have a go at dodging.
Matrix it.
Yeah. Well, I like if he's gonna squeeze one off. If I don't directly get hit, can I range attack his hand to try and knock the gun out of his hand to try and scalpel his hand or something?
But
okay.
He's got the drop.
He's got the drop. Okay.
To make that shot. And he's actually gonna fire all 3 rounds. So what happens with this is everything, if you fire more than once, you are rolling at disadvantage essentially for all of them. But the first one is going to miss. So you're okay there. The second one, that is going to hit with an under 50.
Oh, God.
And he points the third one at Father Filbert.
Oh, no.
And that is also going to hit. So he squeezes off one, it goes wide, he brings it in, tracks it in, and it's like, Koshi takes one, square chest. And Father Filbert, you're going to take one.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm going to pull out my Fallout dice and tell me, because I don't know. and I run Fallout, so I do have a wonderful little Fallout die. It tells me, oh yeah, that's square in the chest as well with the torso. So a 38. Yeah, I'm just gonna move. Yes, you're an interloper. Off you go. Thank you. Oh, he'll be back in like 2 seconds.
All right, and so you got this. Me and the father are going down.
I mean, aren't I still on deck? Like, you guys have just
Yeah.
left me up against a wall.
Yes. Yep.
I didn't leave you anywhere. Like when I left, you were alive. It was all good.
Yeah, welcome to Cthulhu. Everybody dies.
Yeah.
The end.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, let me get 1 second. I did write the damage that a 38 does, but I seem to have mislaid it in my notes. So I am just going to the actual tables. Won't be a sec.
Oh, excuse me.
Cat moved my mic. There we go. That's going to sound a little bit better. So 38 revolver is going to do 1d10. So that would be Dr. Hershey, 9 points of damage for you.
Ooh.
And Father Filbert, I love this dice. Also 9 points of damage for you. As 38 slug, close range, just rips into you. So how are we looking there, folks?
I have 4 HP left.
Ooh.
And your turn.
Other
Yeah.
gonna walk out of the room. Just go, yeah, drown. Seriously.
Yeah.
God be with you. Yep.
If,
you want to work on that one?
yeah, if the father's leaving, I'm backing up as well. I'm leaving. We're getting the hell out of here.
Yeah, I would imagine you're a little bit shocked. Like, there is a very large hole
Yeah.
with blood pouring out of it in both of you, almost exactly the same spot. It's like he was aiming for a heart shot
Oh gosh.
and only
He was
barely missed.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad
That's
shot.
gonna leave a scar there, Doctor. Maybe we could let's maybe get
Yes,
up above the water level and I'll
let's-
see if I can help you out a little bit.
Let's get out of here. And we move on up through the hole that we came through.
No worries.
As soon as we get back to deck, we're fixing ourselves up with.
See if I can do anything. I don't know if what you can do first aid to staunch the wound and
Yeah,
Make your rolls for me. Make your
no
rolls.
worries. Is this some medicine?
first aid.
It'd be first aid
First
first.
aid.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
34.
A hard. A 32 a hard.
I'm gonna luck that and make that a half for my 30.
Right.
Half
So
for me as well.
you have successfully first aided each other, returning 1d4 hit points.
Ooh, lovely.
Yay.
Might as well roll your own on that one.
Okay. Oh.
Back to 7.
So, can Enzo see these two back on deck yet?
No, not
No.
yet.
Cool.
They are basically getting out of the cargo hold into the corridor, then kind of collapsing as staunching wounds and what have you to make sure that they don't die.
Yeah.
That takes some minutes, probably about 5 to 10. Then they will be able to make their way out. By this time, the water level in the actual corridor is up around ankle deep. And you've got to go because the ship is now on about an 11 to 15 degree incline.
Doctor,
During
I'm
those.
thinking that we need to. Sorry, Doctor. I think we need to go and find one of those floating spare vessel shippy things that they have, life things, or maybe something, a piece of wood or a barrel that's going to float. And
Yeah, they weren't common until after the Titanic sank.
They would have floating barrels, I'm hoping, or a bit of wood or something. So I'm going to grab something like that. Yeah.
We need to get
And
off this ship.
yeah.
Yes, I agree. During the 10 minutes of the sort of fixing ourselves up, you see the rest of her tattoos, which cover her entire upper region, chest area to lower torso. There is an array of like Japanese sort of inkwork creatures. On one side, you see a demon dog shrouded in black veil, and on the other side, you see tentacles that sort of maneuver and wrap around sort of like ocular shaped things. So it's it's a whole.
That's an interesting dog there. It's like possibly a lion. I like it, and I like the sea work there with like an octopus coming around. That's interesting. It
Thank
must
you,
have hurt
Doctor.
to get those things. Must have hurt when you get those things on. Yeah.
Not as much as the bullet. Let's make our way off the ship.
Yeah. Let's
and
see if we can find. Yeah. I wonder if maybe Mrs. Wamsley and her pamphlets might float away. That might be great.
yeah.
As you make it up to the wheelhouse to check on Enzo and look at the fact that the ship is sinking, you can see the lighthouse is probably about 200 meters away, 300 meters, that sort of zone. You're almost within touch. But the darkness and what have you, of the storm is still raging on around you.
I don't know much, but I think if we tie ourselves together, we will probably go in the one direction rather than that. So I'm.
Yep. As you're doing all of that and putting you all sort of back, like getting barrels and stuff and using up time, the ship is kind of lurching around the place. You manage to get the strength and the energy to kind of find some barrels, punch out whatever was in them, get them empty. You hear a gurgling sound and a vaguely Vietnamese voice silenced below.
Oh dear.
You hear much the same from Mr. Rasmussen as he succumbs to the ocean. And you've lashed yourselves to something that looks like a makeshift plank. It won't win any art prizes, but you think it will float.
Do we have Enzo with us?
Yeah. So
okay. So it's
between the three of you, as wounded and damaged as you all are, it requires all three of you to do this.
So I think it's off the ship, swim to shore with whatever makeshift floaties we have.
Well, you get yourself on this raft just as you've got to get out away from the ship before it fully goes down, so you don't get pulled into the wake as it goes. You push off. You've got like maybe 3 to 5 minutes to spare. The storm is still going on. You have to cling on for grim life to stay on this makeshift raft that you have as you're bobbing around. But you look back and you see the last of the Caroline as it disappears below the waves. It's about now you're desperately trying to paddle somewhere, anywhere. You can still see the light of the lighthouse. And one by one, the exhaustion takes you.
Uh-oh.
Before the complete blackout, the fade, do we notice anyone else in the water as well trying to make it to shore? No one else. Gosh.
No. Your only frame of reference that you have is the lighthouse. You couldn't even tell which side of it you were on now. Because it's the 360-degree light. So you could paddle to the direction you think is shore, which is just taking you further out into the bay. Your only constant at this point is that lighthouse.
We can head towards the lighthouse as we can, and Father Phil's going, I wonder if those crewmen might help us out. They seem to be quite able in the water.
Exhausted, I just don't respond.
Yeah, like
So-
exhausted Enzo just is gonna like just a moment of lucidity. He's like, when I'm feeling better, Padre, you and I are gonna have words.
And with that, that's the last thing you remember Enzo saying, as you clinging to the raft. It's like being tossed in the seas. You're exhausted. You all basically pass out and fade to black. Sometime later, Enzo,
Uh-oh.
you wake up.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Your stomach and your chest. Oh, you are in so much pain.
Yeah.
It just hurts. You're lying on a rickety bed and you're drifting in and out of consciousness, in and out of sleep. You not sure if you're dreaming, not sure if you're remembering,
Uh-huh.
but you recall the fight that you had when you were in the Portuguese Navy. You're fighting, you're terrified as you're fighting this your way through the pirates.
Mhm.
You lash out and your hand and arm is caught in a strong grip which wakes you. And looking down on you is this really broad, bearded face smiling. And in this really deep, kind of baritone voice. Yeah. Aye, lad, 'tis all right. Tain't no pirates here. Now, how's about you sipping here, Bovril, and get yourself better, eh? What you see is kind of a large man, but not a tall man. He's just large. He's wearing a blue navy peacoat, and he's holding a steaming mug. Looking around, you see that you're in a bed, just a standard metal frame bed. There's a red and black checked blanket covering you. To your left is an empty bed, but beyond that, next to a room, but beyond that, next to a room dividing curtain. I'll get my descriptions right. Sorry about that. You've basically got bed, a empty bed, then you can see Father Filbert on a third bed sort of along from you. So if you're laying like that, you bed Father Filbert, and there's like a curtain that runs along where Father Filbert is, as in like a tapestry style, heavy, keep the warm in a room curtain. And so you can see him there. He seems to be sleeping. To your right, you've got a door, and you can see some light coming out from that, and it's the sound of like metal on metal, like utensils or knives and forks being placed onto a tray. You see your kit bag, and that's down next to a pot-bellied stove, which is basically opposite where you're sitting. You can see your favorite dime novel sitting on the stove, clearly drying out. The big man comes over again. He's like, "Aye, sorry, laddie. Yon boot got a little touch of the seas, it did. Drying her off now for ya. She'll be right as rain in a jiff, you'll see." And he gives you a smile. He sort of steps round the bed and hands you this cup, this mug of steaming something. You try to raise yourself up out of bed to take, but you just can't find the energy to do so. And you slip back and drift off with the warming smell of Bovril beef tea mixed with the sharp smell of antiseptic.
Okay. Okay.
Just like Mama used to make.
Give me one sec. Dr. Hoshi, you wake. It's dark. That's you. Your chest hurts. There's that sweet, acrid smell of infection. And you're a little bit afraid to look. You find yourself in what is obviously an infirmary. Daylight is waning, and it's turning to night. As the last of the light sort of shines through a window to your right, you can see some plants on a sideboard next to a doorway, which is at the foot of the bed. Your bed is against the wall, and your ankle is tied to the bed frame.
Okay.
It's about this point in time you notice the scrape of a chair. You know, that's as someone sort of pushes out from chair on stone. And your attention's brought to a portly man with, again, big, not tall, with mutton chops. Adorn, mutton chop sideboards. And he looks at you and tisks a bit. Comes over and fusses and says, in a fairly broad Massachusetts accent, and I can't do one, so I'm not going to. Welcome back, Doctor. I'm Lighthouse Keeper Jarvis. I won't lie to you. You're not in good shape. But with a proper doctor's care, I'll wager you'll make a full, if slow, recovery. He reaches over with a syringe, pulling your arm forward, and starts to do the injection.
I will grab his hand quickly with whatever energy, whatever strength I have. What is that?
I noted your predilections from your arm and the contents of your dot bag. And he sort of smiles. I trust this will help you.
I don't say anything, but I release his arm.
He finishes the injection, and you drift off into a pleasant and calm, uninterrupted sleep. Father Filbert, you wake. It's dark. It's really dark. And your chest is pounding, with pain and a heaviness. Sitting there, you're finding it hard to breathe. You're lying on a bed with a heavy room dividing curtain to your left. You're looking at an open window directly in front of you. There are 2 empty beds to your right, and another bed perpendicular at the foot of yours. Next to that other bed is a pot-bellied stove, and you can hear some noises coming off from your right. And you sort of think you can make out a conversation happening. There's a baritone male voice. Says, Nout, long, blah, something, something, yada, yada, blah. And a sort of younger male voice says, should, blah, something, yada, yada, out.
Some form of Latin.
Yeah. Well, I figured that was better than just redacted. Then the baritone says, now point this blah something, pass blah blah something, yada blah yada, can do. I can chuck this into the chat for us if you like.
I've got
and then finally, the younger second male voice says again, I'll get the can, blah, 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 yada.
Do I feel safe?
You're warm.
Yeah, okay.
There's a brisk sea air coming in through the window.
Yeah. Like many people waking up from having been shot in the chest, which I'm assuming I remember being shot in the chest. Is there any food being? Can I smell any food?
No, you get the real cold of the sea air. And of course, you knowing a little bit about first aid, that would make sense to you because sea air is a restorative.
Yeah.
You know, people travel the world to take the right air and take the waters, the mineral waters and what have you.
Is there any little table?
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Sorry, say again.
Is there a little table near me that may have
No, it's just the 3 beds that you can see. And your bed, next bed, potbelly stove, another bed perpendicular to that, and that bed has what appears to be a footlocker at the end of it.
I'll call out hello. Hello!
As you move to say anything again, you have the feeling dizzy, and as you try to get up and move around, you just slump back and fall asleep again.
Yeah.
And it's that point, everybody, where I'm actually quite impressed. We are exactly 1 minute time for break requirements. So well done, team. Let's give yourselves a nice little clap for that. So yeah, time for us to take a little break. We'll be back. How long was it? 15, 20 minutes? Something like that, I believe. So
I'm just roll the new character up. We're all dead, aren't we?
No. You're all right. You're all right. You're in the medicals.
Half health.
Yeah, we'll be back, say 15 minutes. Why not? That fits with my timing. That'll work. So, see you soon.
GaryCon is an annual gathering of Gygax family members, friends of my father's, and fellow game enthusiasts from all over the country and the world. And we get together to remember my father and honor him by doing what he loved best, playing games. It's a memorial convention that grew out of an event after his funeral. He passed away March 4th of 2008. We had a relatively small funeral service. Then afterwards, I thought it would be appropriate to have a gathering in the American Legion Hall in Lake Geneva, which was the site of Gen Con 2, and a lot of fond memories for me and my family. My sisters brought some pizza, and we just had tables set up and played games, and people were shaking dice and playing various games and having a good time remembering my dad. And even though it was a sad moment, just being together with all those people was really cathartic for my family. I'm not sure who said it, but someone said, "Wow, Luke, this is a great idea. You should do this every year." And I think it was Jolly Blackburn said, "You can call it GaryCon," because they have a character in Knights of the Dinner Table, Gary Jackson, which is a cross between my dad, Gary Gygax, and Steve Jackson. So, and they have GaryCon, which is supposed to be like Gen Con. So I thought that was fun, and so GaryCon was born. Lake Geneva is the mecca of role-playing gaming, because that's where my father wrote Dungeons & Dragons in the house on 330 Center Street. It's not just my hometown, it's where Dungeons & Dragons was created, it's where TSR was headquartered all those years, and there's a lot of creative people who still live in that area, and so that's really important that we're there and remember the foundation of the industry as well as what my father did for it. There's a feeling of camaraderie at GaryCon that I think you don't get at a lot of other conventions. It's about having a good time. There's definitely a family feeling, having my brothers and sisters and I hosting this event. It's really great that we get to do it. And so I think that is what's special, is that you feel like you're not just a person in a crowd, you're amongst friends. So bring a friend and come and play some games with us.
We are going to go outside. I will need my hat, my gift hat. Just one moment.
While Delgrim's doing that,
Yes! Yes!
Oh, dear. I am ready to adventure. Shall we go?
Stay and I'll give you a cookie.
Make a persuasion check.
Make it delicious.
Make a cookie check.
Unless Tolbin's spoken with the bakery crew in the last 24 hours, Mira may not need to make a persuasion check.
18.
That's a pretty persuasive cookie.
He is. He looks you down and down.
Cannon.
Cookie of persuasion. He looks, I was going to say up and down, but that's wrong, isn't he? He looks you down and down.
The cookies are up here.
And he says,
Is creature in front of cards dangerous?
Oh, it's if used like anything, a beast of burden, if not looked after, can become unruly and dangerous.
It spit acid?
Absolutely. I would keep away from it if I was you, and let our lovely halfling friend look after the dangerous part of it.
Mira, what you do notice is when you do draw on me, I'm suspiciously hairless in the face.
Suspiciously hairless.
Suspiciously hairless in the face.
We've got some great quotes from this one.
Suspiciously.
10 and this is.
People are people, and some people aren't people, and then she sort of devolves into the just people.
People are definitely people sometimes. Absolutely.
People, real people, you will. Like.
The DM just about hyperventilates. You see as the DM, bloody hell. You see as the child suddenly clicks and goes, fart, 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 fart.
So I think people want something that's special, something that they could hold on to and keep forever. Maybe something they can pass on to their children and their grandchildren. And I think wood is really one of those materials that with time it ages and it builds character and it tells a story. And that's what we're about. Hi, my name is Aaron Wooden. I work for Wooden Forge Gaming Accessories, and we make quality-made Australian hardwood gaming accessories.
Wooden Forge started about a year and a half ago. I decided that I wanted to start playing Dungeons & Dragons again and roped all my friends into it. Aaron was one of those unfortunate victims. The next thing we know, he started a woodworking company because he wasn't happy with any of the tabletop accessories to store, the beautiful dice that he bought.
The first dice case I made was a beautiful American walnut dice case, and I showed my friends and family, and they were quite amazed at how it looked.
I thought he bought it. I thought he'd ordered it from a bespoke master craftsman, but it turned out he'd made it in his garage with tools that he's got from his granddad's workshop.
I think people that play role-play games in particular love telling stories, and we feel that our products also tell a story. Each piece is unique.
The point of these adventures is that we share the stories together. So you split it out, and you give someone else the other half of the dice tray. Using one product, but you're sharing the story, you're sharing the roles, and you're sharing the experience.
Do I think there's magic in there? I think so. Honestly, I think a lot of the magic is there to begin with. We don't really make the products. Mother Nature has already made the wood. All we do is shape it and give it a purpose, to make it into something that's uniquely theirs.
Bark.
GaryCon is
Hello.
Hello. Good to see you all again. I noticed that there was some discussion in chat as to, me killing the cast within the first hour.
So close.
I'll ask you, chat, to keep that in mind as this game progresses. Just keep that in mind. I know something you don't. Oh, I know many things that you don't, because I wrote the scenario. Right. So where we last left the rather banged up cast, who are moving around the screen quite a bit. Oh, I see. We're making people have their names being their names. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Spooky. So for those who are just joining us, they got tridented, they got shot. They quite irresponsibly let their boat sink. Lashed themselves to a makeshift thing, which obviously saved their lives, because they all woke in a bed, not the same bed, a different bed. Met some people, sort of. Those people helped them, and then they all drifted off. Then we had a break, and I went and got myself a hot chocolate, and it's very lovely. And I patted the cat. And here we are again, ready to regale you with part 2 of this tale of stormy seas. So you all faded into the blackness there. And this is me getting confused with my notes. Wake. It is dark. It's real dark. The weather seems quiet. The storm must have passed on. You've got no idea how long you've been out for or asleep, but you're feeling that your wounds aren't as bad as they were. So you think maybe a couple of days, something like that. You might have collectively been in and out of consciousness. So you wake in the middle of the night. You find yourselves in those beds as I described, and it's quiet. Over to you.
Am I waking up? I check my wound firstly. How's it looking? Does it look like someone's?
You're still feeling really weak, and pretty shabby. But weird. You feel sick. Okay. Like sick, vomitous sick, rather than that punch in the chest. Mm-hmm. So and if you check, you still got gauze and what have you there, and if you give it a little tender press, it's just a little sore, but not as sore as you would have thought.
Mm-hmm. So it feels like someone's removed the bullet, done some sort of work on it.
Feels like you would say feels like you've had the full surgery workup.
Is my ankle still tied to the bed?
No.
I will hop up and look around the room just to see. Firstly, is any of my belongings there? Can I equip myself again? And then to see if there's anyone else.
As you jump up, you're feeling a little bit. Whoa, okay, don't do that too quickly, kind of thing. But again, you're feeling a lot better than you probably should, all things considered. So you thinking a tiny bit of surgery. Whoever did that was some good work. And you notice that you are definitely in an infirmary, right? You got a big stone wall behind you. Your bed is in the same position it was before, and there's like a rollaways surgery screen. Metal frame. It's not off from the ceiling like modern ones. It's like a metal frame screen just around two sides. You can see the door at the foot of the bed, and you can sort of see the planter box. Well, it's not really a planter box. It's more of a sideboard with a pot plant on it, and that's kind of all you can see at the moment because of the screen. But yeah, you can see through the door. You can see another bed, and you would. Enzo, what kind of boots do you wear?
Oh, they're big, they're gaudy, they're cowboy boots, but he's got them like tied around the ankles to make sure they don't go anywhere, and he's got like grippy stuff like tarred onto the bottom of them so he can still walk around on deck without going ass over tit.
Yeah, you see them attached to a pair of legs on the bed that you can see through the door. So it's at an angle, and it's pretty solid wooden door, but that's open. And
So my room
you can see the legs.
My room's kind of more like a private surgery, and then they're in sort of like a more open sort of infirmary kind of deal.
Well, you can't tell from where you're sitting until you get up. But yeah, you looks like a private surgery or an infirmary of some variety. And you're looking, let's say east, let's call that direction east, to a door. So you're basically, your bed square on, there is a door, there's like a wall, and then a door opens up, and you can see Enzo's boots on that angle from the bed that would be up against the wall of on the other side of the wall where the pot plant is.
Yeah. Is any of my equipment here if I look around the room sort of?
No, you can't see because screen. You'd have to get up and have a look around.
All right. I will get up off the bed and just have a quick look around to see.
Yeah.
So I move past the screen and
you stand up and you can move the screen, it's on wheels. It squeaks. Father Filbert and Enzo, you hear the squeak of wheels coming from this doorway. Kind of that way from where you two are. Right, to your right.
Father Phil will stand up. We'll sit up. Try to sit himself up a little bit. Tidy up a little bit.
Yeah,
prop myself up a little bit and look around for anything I can hold in a vaguely sword-like fashion.
Well, you're in the room that I described before, and you can see Filbert over by the curtain. So there's a curtain divider that divides this room. Obviously, keeps the warmth in. There is a stove, as in Potbelly's stove. That seems to be burning. There's heat coming out of that. It's nice and toasty warm. There's 4 beds in this room. So you're basically 1, 2, 3 in a row against the wall, and then the 4th one kind of like parallel parked against the wall. Yeah. With the head towards the stove.
Is there like a wood poker? Most of the stoves just have wood pokers.
Yeah. There's lumps of wood.
Yeah.
And a little bit of coal.
Probably a little bit far for Enzo to limp over and grab that, so he's just going to watch warily.
Yeah, it's dark. You can
make some tea.
There is a pot. There is a pot on the stove.
And there is. Go over to try to make a cup of tea. I think that's always a positive thing to do in a crisis.
There's a hutch next to it, so you get the sense that this is like a barracks room. because there's there's a little hutch to the side of the stove. It's got tea, it's got coffee, a couple of enamel mugs there. There's a pitcher of water, as you would expect. Like pretty standard fit out for most of these types of rooms. So you get the sense this is a barracks room, or at least a bedroom for 4 workers of some variety, because they're pretty basic steel frame beds. You notice at the end of the bed, there's a foot locker on it at the end of each bed.
I think Phil will make a cup of tea, and if he's still got the captain's bottle of a little hip flask, he might make it a Irish coffee. It's always a good tradition.
Yeah.
Enzo, would you like one? Enzo, would you like some?
I mean,
It'll make it better.
The spirit says yes, but the body says I probably shouldn't.
So always listen to the spirit, my son. Always listen to the spirit.
Yeah, well, you're not feeling like woeful like you were when you got tridented in the body.
Yeah, but I imagine I've still got a bit of a hole in my side.
Oh yeah, well, it's a lot better than it was.
It got better.
Yeah,
but it got better.
Like you got a big plaster around it. Because you got tridented, you jumped out of the way, and then you got skewered on a on a spear.
Somehow.
Which kind of went through your liver. And not in a good way. So yeah, but it's still sore, but not as sore as you would have imagined. But then again, you've never been stabbed in the liver with a spear before, so how is that supposed to feel? You know how it feels to have a finger removed with the cutlass. Yeah,
it's true. It's true.
Now you know how it feels to have a spear put through your liver. Picking up all the experiences.
So I think you can survive Father Mason's hard tea. If your liver can survive a trident, then yeah, you can survive anything.
I'm really thinking that the hard part of the tea would make the taste better, because I'm thinking it's going to be pretty
shit,
dirty, shit coffee tea. It's going to be there. I'm thinking it's not going to be, a quality espresso.
I don't imagine.
Dr. Hiroshi, are you around? Dr. Hiroshi, are you around?
I'm still in the room. So did I pick up any of my stuff? Is any of my stuff there?
No, you can't see anything.
I will, however, if I don't find my things, I will grab whatever tools that I find in there. So if there is any sort of scalpels or medical equipment.
No, it's a small infirmary. There's a corner desk. So, it comes in, the room comes into a very sharp angle at the head of the bed. So right where your head would be, it's that side of it. So on the west side, if we're describing it to east and west, so you are facing east, there's a little corner desk, built into the corner triangle. There, you open the drawer and you can't really see anything in there. It seems to be an empty desk drawer. So what you have when you do look around, though, is if you look north, you can see a corridor or a passageway that walk probably about 3 meters. Onto the east side of that wall is a sideboard with a bunch of pot plants on it, and the retaining wall at the end. There's also a sideboard with another couple of pot plants, and then it kind of veers off. You can see like the wall goes forward, and then there's another space kind of northwest-ish of that.
Are the plants for aesthetics, or are they useful plants? Are they plants?
They look like pot plants.
Okay. So they're not like a medical
You can
type
do a
plant
natural world test for me if you want.
It's very low, but you know what?
Why not?
Why not?
You never know when you find some weed.
Exactly. That is, oh no, that is a 81 against the 10. So that's completely, I don't know what these plants are.
You're not even sure if they're plants.
Yeah.
What even is a plant?
What is it? Yeah. Why is plant? Exactly.
Yeah.
I will make
they're green. They're doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. This
You
is
don't
not my
know.
area of expertise. I walk
be fish
out
for all you
to. Yeah, exactly. I walk out to where I see Enzo's boots, and the father is sort of calling out.
So you're reunited. So now what you've
Well,
discovered
hello,
is you've
Doctor.
Oh, hello. Are you
Chris.
feeling okay?
Yeah, just a cuppa. We'd like a cuppa, Doc.
Much better.
I think that would go down well. Do you know where we are or who fixed us?
No, just wake up, have a cuppa. They'll show up.
Did you see the lighthouse keeper at all? I woke at one stage and I saw him in my room.
Is that the big fella with the hot beef juice?
I believe so.
I'm not sure
It was
that's how
a
describe it. That's an interesting description.
it was a big fella. That is
Well,
true.
Look, honestly, if he offers you a cup of tea, sniff it before you drink it.
Very well. Yes, a cup of tea would be nice, and then trying to find out where we are and who got us back to shape would be fantastic.
Roll for beef juice.
Yeah.
I think we're on the lighthouse. That would be my suggestion. That's the last thing I remember.
Just trying to take in my surroundings and taking
There's
sips of
another
this.
door you said to, didn't you, Keeper? There was another door.
Yes, what you've got is there's a curtain against the where your bed was, so you could go north through that curtain, or going north from the infirmary. So if you take it as there being 4 quadrants, you're in the southeast quadrant where Filbert and Enzo woke up. In the southwest quadrant is the infirmary. Which you haven't found yet, but I might as well tell you is the set of stairs both going up and down. There appears to be a room in the northwest quadrant, and your whatever is behind the curtain.
Where did the conversation that Dr. Filbert overheard seem to come from? Was that from the...
That was from the northeast quadrant, from behind the curtain.
So I'll go towards that way and move the curtain out of the way.
Yeah. As you pull the curtain out of the way, you find a room again along the northwest side. You can see another curtain, and these are obviously there to keep the heat in. This room has another 2 beds in it against the wall, and another stove, same arrangement. And if you sort of peel around to your left, move that other curtain out of the way, you will find a small section has been curtained off. There's a window which seems to have a crack in it, so it's very cold in that room, which would make sense as to why they've curtained it off. And there's a bunch of sea chests and foot lockers, sort of not higgledy-piggledy, but there's like 6 of them against the wall, obviously in use as they're dragged out and opened and used. So,
no other people.
No, not that you can see or hear. And look, it smells a bit musty and a bit damp in this section once you get past that curtain. But yeah, there's like foot lockers. Well, these are not foot lockers; these are sea chests.
Can I try one of the foot lockers, just opening one that is on the ends of either the father's or Enzo's?
They all have locks on them.
Oh, okay.
You might try your lockpick skill if you had a lockpick, which you don't.
I don't have anything on me at the moment. I don't think. I will not attempt those then. But looking around the room, is there any places that they would have put our gear, anything like that? I'm just trying to find my medical kit or my
No, you
Tanto.
can't find anything like that. What you're seeing is a bunch of ornamental sideboards in these 3 rooms that you looked at, bearing in mind that you haven't gone up into the northwest quadrant yet. But what you're seeing here is living quarters.
Living quarters, yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we make a move? See if we can find the people that are hosting us. Which way do you?
Well, the only real choice once you explore.
Is the staircase.
There's an up, and there's a down. You do find in the northwest quadrant is what looks to be a dry store. So flour, all your dry goods, dry store, some coils of rope, but it's mostly food stuff, dry stores, tack and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All long-term storage kind of foods.
And does the living quarters look? Does it look used? Does it look like it's been in use?
It
recently?
looks tidy. Enzo, I'll give you what would this be? This would be pulling on your experience as a sailor in the military. I have no idea what that skill would be.
Could be history, or it could be.
So history is
survival.
really like being a scholar of history. This is more.
Right.
Let's call it
Instead of
a
streetwise.
education role,
Okay.
which you can throw at advantage because it makes sense.
Okay. I'm just looking for that.
So education's your stat. It's up the top.
The big one.
So for you, sir, it will be 50.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yep, I see it. Okay.
So remember, you're rolling 2 10s, taking the highest.
Okay.
Lois, you get set advantage.
Oh yeah, lower. Sorry, it's advantage. Yeah, wrong way around. Even I forget that.
Okay. That's 21.
All right, so that's under your half. Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, you get the sense that the way the beds are made, military or military adjacent.
Okay.
This is, it's not perfect, but it's someone who's day-to-day military barracks, Coast Guard, lighthouse service, something like that. Seeing as how the thing's called the lighthouse and you're probably on a lighthouse, you could take a fairly decent stab at it and say probably the lighthouse service.
Yeah. Yep.
I think I will head upwards and get a good lookout and to see if we can see the wreck or anything like that. I want to get a good scope of sort of our location and where the ship is. So I'm going to go up the stairs if anyone wants to come.
Definitely. Fresh air is always a great way to feel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Up the stairs. All right. You come out the stairs and onto a landing facing east, and you are confronted with a curtain. A small
Lord, a curtain.
Oh my God. And again, looks like a sort of functional curtain to keep the heat in. And a sideboard, much the same on the north side. Plants on top. Like decorative. There seems to be, not pots and plates, but decorative stuff in what you would expect in a sideboard.
Does anyone know if these are plants or not? Because I can't tell.
I'll reach out and grab one of the leaves and snap it off, and roll it in my finger.
Yeah, it doesn't scream. It's a plant.
Okay,
And I'll
amazing.
just say it's a plant. I'll go, yep, it's a plant, literally.
Oh,
That's
perfect.
his knowledge. That's my knowledge. That's my
I just-
knowledge in plant. It's like 1%. My knowledge in plant is like it's a leaf.
So much
Smoke
like
it.
me personally. Is
Feel
it
it.
green?
It's a green.
Probably.
And it's got a
Probably.
bit sticky, and it comes off quite okay. And there's no screaming. I'm pretty sure it's a plant.
Yeah. All right. I'm glad we're all in the same level of plant knowledge here.
Distinguishing between shrub and tree.
It's a shrubbery. No.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, looking out over the balcony for if there's any type of balcony or anything like that. Can we-
No, you're like you come up and you've got a window that you can see out of. It's dark. It's pitch black outside.
Okay.
All right.
Are there any more stairs going up?
This still goes up. Another flight of stairs. Yes, goes up.
Should we?
So if it's pitch black, I'm assuming the lighthouse will be working, and therefore the people will be monitoring the flame upstairs.
Should we keep going?
Yeah.
Yeah. All
I don't
right.
know how lighthouse works. I think.
Well,
that's how
you
lighthouse
can
works.
keep looking to see if it stops being pitch black for a second.
Yeah.
Which it does as the light goes past, and then goes black again. And then
That's
it's light,
how lighthouse
and it's
works.
black, and it's light,
That's it,
and
yeah,
it's
that's
black,
how
and it's
lighthouse
light, and it's black. Yeah,
That's how they work.
yeah, it's exactly kind of how they work.
Yeah. Let's go up again and see if there's anyone either monitoring the dish, the light dish, or if we can get a spot on a surrounding as the light passes. See if we can get a point on the ship.
As you go up one more, you're up in the cupola of the light. So you're hang on there.
Nice.
Yes,
Yeah.
nicely done.
there
Nicely
we are.
done.
Yeah.
I'll make sure I don't look
Um,
at the light.
And you figure out that you started, hang on, there.
Okay. Yeah.
So you are on the first floor because you went up one, then you went up another one, and you're in the cupola. Yeah, there's lights going around. You haven't spotted anybody. So it's just quiet, dark.
I really want to do shadow puppets. I really want to do shadow puppets.
I
Go
wanted to
on,
hop on
man.
and go for a ride, but like against my better judgment, I know that it's going to be really hot.
Do a
Yeah.
big tentacle monster in front of the light and see. Cast it over
What's
the
a ten-
ocean.
There's no tentacle monsters. If someone's fingers there, that's all it's going to be. Like
Yeah,
seriously, there's nothing. You know.
Yeah, Fresnel lenses are kind of hot. Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe we go
a
down.
lot.
Let's go
Unless
back
we
down.
unless we can see anything, like we'll look out at one of the sides and look at
Yeah.
If
Where
we
the
look
ship
at
is?
three sides, where the ship could be. See if we can actually see the ship.
Well, no, there's four sides because you're in the middle of water, right?
Yeah. Okay. Surrounded. That makes sense.
Yeah. No, you can't see it. It's black. It's pitch black. It is like a starless night.
And the ship.
Hello?
Nothing.
Hello. It's a really small room, so the echoes are real quick.
All right. Let's head back down. Let's head to the base, see if someone's around. So we will continue down past where we were, past the plants, past where we were sleeping, and then to the next.
So we're sure they're plants now?
Yes, we are.
Enzo, they're definitely plants.
Definitely, yeah.
Let me, as you go down one level, again, there is a curtain you could go through.
Okay, let's go through the
Is that on the level that we were sleeping on?
Yeah.
Kick it.
You.
Oh, you
all right,
kicked the
just to
curtain.
give you an example. Hang on.
Not too hard, but I want to kick it before I walk through it.
Started there, and that thing, the entirety is about 20 meters, right? So you got essentially an octagonal 20 meter by 20 meter space stacked on top of each other. You were on level 1 for thems that are in the United States, second floor for you, first floor for us people. So first floor. So you're on the first floor. You went up to the second. There's a curtain. You didn't look through it. You just kept on going up. Right.
Oh,
Up to
okay.
the cupola. Looked around. Now you come down again. And down again. Yeah.
Well, if Enzo wants to kick the curtain, we'll watch him kick the curtain and see what happens.
Just gently, and just see if anything's like right on the other side of it before I walk through.
You catch a glimpse of a dining table.
Oh, dinner.
Dark. Yeah. That you do. But then it disappears again as the curtain sort of falls back to where it was.
All right, y'all. I don't have my gun, so just stand back while I whip this thing open. just don't get shot again. You hear?
That hurts.
Sounds good.
I want to whip the curtain open all at once, but like as I run towards the far wall so that I'm not standing there getting shot either.
Dr. Phil will stand behind, Father Phil will stand behind the doctor. Just body shielding, I think, is a good option.
Well, you come into a room, a rather large room. If this whole thing is like about 20 meters, this would be about 12 of those meters wide. There's a rather large 6-seater dining table, a section table, so obviously it's been clipped together because otherwise it wouldn't fit. And there are 4 armchairs around a stove, which is directly above the stove that was downstairs because, flue pipes in the walls. With 4 rickety armchairs sort of around the stove. You can see a bookcase. Around the corner you'll explore, there's some other bookcases. Smells a bit musty in here. Smells a bit locker room. But you get a bunch of men together.
So are they picture books or are they actually books?
They are books plus picture books. Yeah, it smells a bit farty. And
as a well-read learned guy, just and get distracted quite easily. I'll look for some looks at books. Yeah, I can see what.
And what you hear? There's another curtain blocking off. So this would take out the southeast and southwest quadrants, if you will. Okay, and there is a curtain again that runs across the north-south divide for a bit. Oh God,
We have maps.
Looks like that. Ooh.
Okay, I see.
Yep. So stairwell.
Yeah, right.
That you come up and then curtain, dining room, blah blah blah. When you were one step up, same basic layout, right?
Yeah.
So I tap Enzo to kick the other curtain as well.
Infirmary, where you guys woke up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other room, all the sea chests, dry storage, blah blah blah, plants, or possibly not plants.
Possibly not plants.
Who knows? Something like that.
None of us do.
I have maps, but this is getting way too frustrating trying to explain it all.
I'll trundle over to the other curtain and just give it a bit of a yeehaw.
Well, as you are trundling over, you hear noises.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I don't like noises after what just happened.
All right. So there's noises. And you think you hear the clink of glasses and plates.
Is that you, Beef Man?
But it seems so very far away. Like, not just beyond the curtain, right? But very, very, very far away.
Okay.
I keep ushering Enzo to enter.
Why am I going first?
You have the boots.
I got stabbed.
I'd push you anyway. I'll just ignore it. Go in.
All right. Well, if Beefy McBeeferson's in here with another cup of hot beef tea, that's yours.
Hot beef tea
Hey,
is lovely.
as I said to
Bovril.
chat, Bovril was all the rage at this point in time. It had only just been invented, and it was a cool drink.
cool drink.
It was still cool in the 1980s. So, you know.
Ah, God.
You can
All
take
right.
your Bovril.
Drink it.
Oh, I will. You don't know what's coming. All right, now, damn,
No,
Craxy's-
not beef monsters.
Right. We ready for this? We ready, chat? All right. So, as you pull back the curtain, you can see some light, so some candles, and a couple of lanterns lighting the kitchen. This is a kitchen, and there is this rush of air just sweeps past you, and there's a pop, pop, pop as the candles themselves go out.
Nope.
Whilst the hooded lanterns are still there. So there's massive inrush of air. You don't know where this came from. And what you can see is two demons. That's your best description that you've got standing in the kitchen. They're about, one of them's probably about 5'8", and about that wide. The other one's probably about 6'1" and slightly wider. And they got this shimmering dark fire around them. And as they turn to face you, and it's like, hey, you've all seen the original Japanese Ring, right? Right? So you know that thing where she, and you can't really focus on the face or anything. Yeah, that's what you got. Thanks, Ring.
So we've
Don't
got
mind
cooking
me.
kitchen staff. We've got kitchen staff here, is what you're saying. The kitchen staff, and they're working very, very well.
Black burning coals for
I'm just
eyes.
gonna-
So you've got this smudge of a face where the nose and the mouth, it's almost like someone's done a charcoal study of a human and then gone smudge across everything but the eyes.
I'm
which
gonna
are
start backing
burning,
out.
burning
Yeah,
coals.
just close that slowly. No
I'm
words.
just gonna start backing out quietly, grab
Yeah.
the father on the way, and be like, "Never mind me. Sorry, I was just looking for some hot beef juice. Bye."
Yeah, no. Like normally I'm all for player agency, but
Are they cooking dinner? Is what I'm really looking for. This is an
Where's my
interesting-
gun? Where's my gun? Where's my gun? Where's my gun?
Halloween.
Where's my
Father
gun?
Filbert, you're seeing a couple of guys, obviously from the United States Lighthouse Service,
Yeah.
having a chat, having a bit of
No
yarn,
way.
whilst they're cooking dinner or washing dishes or something.
I'm
Your
asking if
choice.
there's any food. I was asking if there's any food. If you've got anything to share, let's share, lads.
Father, stop talking. Tried like going back him up.
Let's not and say we didn't.
Yeah.
They turn, and this ear-piercing scream, wail, yell, it's across. So again, when you get those layered effects of sound, so you've got a real heavy bass tone scream, a high treble scream, and he just punches through your soul.
I don't like this new modern rock music, modern music that the
Yeah.
Americans like. Like, I'm not liking this new style music. Give me back some old classic harpsichord. It's like, this is not...
Can I ask everybody, well, all of you, bar Father Filbert, to make a sanity check, please?
Absolutely. Where are we? Oh gosh, it's gotten lower. Oh no. Oh, that's terrible. 72. I'm currently at 45. I think that's my answer.
Okay. Dun 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 dun. Fail.
Yes, indeed.
You would be losing, thankfully for you, only 2 points of sanity.
Oh, okay.
Lucky you.
Lucky
Enzo,
me.
how'd we go?
Okay, so I got a 40 insanity, right?
Yeah.
After losing some points before. Yeah.
What did you roll?
So
What
one
did
of the
you-
dice I rolled was a 4.
Was that the right one?
One of them was a 4.
Yeah.
The other one was a 90.
Right.
Oh no.
So either way, you're screwed.
What
So
are we
you'd be
doing?
losing 6 points of sanity.
That's better than I was thinking.
Yeah, gosh. Better than I was
And
thinking.
you pass out, both of you. The force of this wail and scream. You just pass out. Father Filbert. These 2 workers look at you and they're just going, "What are you doing? Get out of here. Who are you? Oh my God, go away. Like, what's going on?" And they're just yelling so very, very loudly. It's very, very
down.
annoying.
Calm down, young people. Seriously. Have some tea.
Could yeah, you throw me a con roll, please. Because it's very loud. It's like incredibly loud.
Constitution?
Yeah, Constitution. Up the top.
Yep. No. Where are we at? You always know you're in trouble when you're going, where are we at in luck points? Yes. I'll make it a save. So a 65 versus 60. So I need to use 5. So yeah, I have a just a pass. Yeah.
Okay. So you managed to, like, oh my God, boys, lads, you know. So what are you saying to them? They're screaming in
I'm
anger
saying,
at you.
calm down, guys. Like, seriously, look, you've made my friends pass out. Your singing and music is absolutely terrible. Is there any option of, like, you just not yelling? It's very hard to talk to the youth.
The next thing all you hear is in this really, like, loud and gravelly voice, "Dear Mother of God, protect us. Hail Mary, full of grace." And
Yeah.
you feel a bit ill.
Oh,
And you pass out.
okay, that's the weirdest confession I've heard.
Enzo, it's dark. It's dark.
Leave me alone.
You're fighting aboard your old ship in the Spanish Navy. And pirates have taken the upper hand. It's a desperate action. You know, you were assured that the Portuguese Navy had the power here. You sent in 2 frigates, but you didn't know that there was an actual full pirate fleet here. So, you know, you've been fighting for days, it seems. Everybody, you know, a rearward action, a withdrawing action. Everybody on the ship is tired, and finally your luck runs out when, you know, a couple of the pirate fleet are able to board. You've been fighting and fighting. You're exhausted. You've got 1 pirate in front of you and 1 to your side. Can you make your fighting with your cutlass rolls, please, as you're, like, fighting back and forth with these guys? So that will be your fighting brawl skill.
Fighting which?
Brawl, unless I've given you a separate cutlass skill, which I do not think I did.
I've got weapons cutlass.
Yeah, have you got, where's that?
It's underneath my skill.
Oh no, that's the damage that you do. But yeah, like the regular for you, it's like 40%. So yeah, regular is 40, hard is 20, extreme is 8. So yes,
Okay.
correct.
39.
Oh nice. So you make a regular hit, and you're fighting. 62. He misses. So can you roll your damage, please, as you put a slice or a cut, and describe how that goes about, how that win occurs for you.
What's the DB mean?
Damage bonus. So if you look
Oh,
to
yeah.
the
Cool.
right-hand side of your thing under combat.
Yep. Okay, that's a 6.
Okay. Palpable hit. Describe your attack.
So Enzo leaps forward with his cowboy hat tied tight in the middle of the fight, and lashes out with his cutlass, and tries to go for a bit of a Zorro moment of slicing the clothes off the chest of this guy. And now he stabs him fairly thoroughly, but doesn't really do any of the fancy things he thinks he's trying to do.
Nice. Well, it's still effective as he sort of backs away a bit. But you do have another fellow there who takes a strike, and as you were successful, you've got your best mate by your side. You get a little bit cocky here, and you leave an opening, and that off balances your mate, right? And so you got to step in to dodge, but you dodge another blow.
No.
So that guy misses. Next round, you still got these two guys, and you're almost back to back with your best mate now, as you're fighting and as desperate. So can you make your attack rolls, please?
That's a 45.
Do you want to luck it?
Yeah.
Don't have to.
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
All
I do.
right. To a success. Unfortunately, that was a extreme success from the pirate. And as you come up and you think you've got that fancy Zorroing bit sorted out, he just gets under your finger, and you see your finger just sail off in the distance.
Me.
With a blood and screaming.
Oh, that is
I'll
not very ye-aha of you.
I will let you play that scene out for me.
He just, the blood is spurting, and Enzo just and starts crying, and is just still waving his sword. Like, I knew you pirates were bad news, but no, this is not ye nor ha of you, and I will have you once I fix this.
It is at this point you see the other pirate just stab straight through the side of your friend, who just silently,
Johnny, I hardly knew you.
Crumples. And you wake up. All of you are awake. Let me just get my papers sorted. Where are we?
The god awful music stopped.
Do we wake in the smelly armchairs?
Okay, so Dr. Hoshi, you wake and you are sideways on a double bed. Yeah. You can see a long room, and if you're in the southwest quadrant, you can see a vanity here, sort of like straight ahead, but against the wall. And you can see Enzo lying on a rug on the ground. Enzo, you wake. You're lying on a rug on the ground, with Dr. Hoshi kind of behind you. To your left is a nice looking leather padded armchair. There's some metal grill thing. Like it's metal and it's got like flanges and it's putting out heat. That's right in front of you. And there's a wall which the chair backs onto. So you can see Dr. Hoshi, who's lying across this double bed. Father Filbert, you're lying across a different double bed at the foot of it, with your feet dangling off the edge. You have your head against the wall where the bed has butted up against. And you can see a wardrobe. A metal flanged thing that's giving off heat. The room, it's dark. It's cold. But the room itself is decorated like you would decorate for children. And you can see a door just to your left.
Is there some sort of light, like a candle or a lantern or something?
It's dark, but you seem to be able to see. Okay. You can't see any candles or anything. It's dark.
Obviously, must be some moonlight or something in the room. That
Yeah.
you can get through. Yeah, it's more like that. Let's have a look in the cupboard. I'll see if I can stand up. I'm assuming.
Oh,
the music
yeah,
is stopped.
stand up.
I'm assuming the music is stopped now. Those singing
Yeah.
people. And look in the cupboard. Open a cupboard and see what's little clothes is in it. Because I've got a nice jacket that's got a hole in it with blood on it. So
As you wake, you notice a face kind of looking at you.
Hello?
From above.
Hello?
And this face just screams like it's like a young girl, and screams and runs.
I'm sorry for being
Just
like, I just
disappears around the through the door.
Obviously, opened the door and went out very quickly.
Yeah, well, the door was already open.
Okay, straight up the door. Okay.
Yeah.
Stop screaming.
You can't hear any more screaming. No.
That's unusual. Sorry if this is. Ballers keep on passing out and waking up in strange beds.
Dr. Hoshi, Enzo, you hear this horrible kind of scream coming from the northeast quadrant.
I pop up and I walk across the room to the vanity. I just sort of like step straight over Enzo without saying anything to him, and I just go to the vanity. Is there a mirror or anything on here?
Yeah.
I check my face, I check my eyes. There's a lot of medical things you can tell with someone's eyes.
No,
check
you're
the
looking
pupils.
good.
Yeah.
You're looking good. You're feeling good. Feeling chipper.
Yeah, so I'm not under any influence of anything that's human made
don't think
that
so.
I know of. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't think so?
What the hell was that? The hell was that noise? Was it the same sort of noise that we recognized from the demons that screamed at us, or a different noise?
Yeah, same kind of noise. And just to give you your situational awareness, there you go. Hang on. I have the gain on my microphone all the way down because otherwise you won't hear me. So there you go.
Awesome.
So you'll see where you wake, Rug, Filbert, Enzo. Sorry, Hoshi.
Awesome. Oh gosh. I help Enzo up Those demon things are still here. We have to get out. Enzo, wake up.
I'm up. I'm just stunned. I don't know what the hell is going on. I
Me.
just relived the single worst day of my life and woke up on a rug.
You had a dream, or?
Well, I mean, with all the weird stuff that's going on around here, I don't know if it was a dream or if it was someone trying to get in my head.
Yes, this is quite disturbing. Is there any kind of weapon in the room, any fire pokers, anything like that that we can arm ourselves with?
No, there's no fire here. There's no stoves or anything. There's that weird metal thing in the corner that seems to be putting at it, but you're really cold, right? You're both feeling really cold. In fact, all of you are feeling really cold. The vanity, you open it, it seems empty. And as you're looking, you kind of see this demon shape flick past out of the room that Filbert is in and disappear down the stairs. Like you can see a little bit of a almost vapor trail, but more of a sort of, it's black and white and shimmery gray, and there's just like tendrils of that left behind, and then they slowly disappear. But you can see that sort of as this smaller demon shape, probably about 4'3", disappears down the stairs.
And we're looking out of some sort of curtain or open door. Is that how we see it?
Yeah, it's like a door, right? So again, but chuck the map because hot damn, this is easier. Through that space there.
Yeah.
Right. There you go.
Little girl, come back. Little girl. All right. Hello.
Oh, do I hear Father Mason?
Oh, yeah.
Father Mason, is that you?
Padre, are you trying to chase down one of these god dang devils again?
There was a little girl just in here. She just come running out after, obviously, I believe this is her room, and I just must have scared her when I woke up.
And I'm sure it's a normal human little girl after
you're
those weird, fiery, charcoal-faced Watsits that just knocked me the heck out.
They were just cooks.
What is it with you?
Father, I don't know if you could see what we're seeing, but these entities, these beings are not human. We assure you that
They're 100% human, and they might dress up a little bit funny, but try to freak out us land dwellers and stuff. But realistically, they're just playing along in this way. They're just people.
We're on land, Padre. They are
rational
also land dwellers, and if they don't look like land dwellers, then that means they ain't human.
They put on makeup and they put on some clothes, funny, to try to scare people. It's all the rage. It's happening. It's all the time happening.
How do you explain
That's
where?
terrible music. That's terrible music they were having. That was awful. It knocked me so bad. It made me fall unconscious. That's how bad the music was.
Father Mason, please. How do you explain the random passing out, the weird awakenings in different?
We didn't randomly pass out. We're on a ship that was sinking, and we obviously with exhaustion, and we woke up. Somebody took care of us, and I think we just possibly look. The wound was here. We've been stabbed. You've been shot. You and I have been shot. I think it's just an after effect of this image, this damage we've had. Like the body goes into shock. You should know this, doctor.
Yes, but I've never seen anything like this before. This is far
Padre.
beyond.
No, as someone who has been shot many times, I have never seen demons until today. Or fishmen.
They were just part of the crew. They were just wearing their wet coats. It's all they were doing and walking along. Like it's just normal, rational. Sometimes when you get scared, you see things that people try to explain these things as magic and hidden stuff, but it just doesn't happen. It's not real. It's just normal everyday happenings. All of it. Always normal, everyday happenings.
Regardless of what we're all seeing, I think the best mode is to get out of this place. This is clearly not somewhere we need to be, not somewhere we should be.
Well, you
let's
did
get out.
notice a boat, right, hanging off the side of the building, when you were coming in. So yeah, there is a boat.
There's a way out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's.
I don't know what's truly going on here, y'all, but whatever it is, it ain't normal, and we should leave.
All right.
I agree.
What are you doing?
Let's continue heading down. Let's head down as far as we can and bypass whoever these things are, whatever they are, and make our way out to the boat.
All right, so you go down one flight of stairs, and that takes you to what appears to be the ground floor. As you come down the stairs, you run almost immediately into a set of water barrels, so water storage barrels, and you see a well going down. So it's an open well, so you need to be a little bit careful as you come round the stairs. There is like an antechamber, and to the south you've got a door, and to the north you've got a door, as in regular opening doors, and to the east you have a slidey door. Choose the direction of your door.
Oh.
So north, your directions are go back up again, jump into the well and drown. Go north, go east, go. I think those old school type into chat. Yeah,
choose your own adventure.
So the sliding door.
Let's do that.
Yeah, I was thinking a sliding door too.
Okay. Sliding door opens, and you are confronted by a massive chart table. Right? So if you've ever seen a nautical chart table before, this is one of the even bigger than that. It runs for about 15 meters. And it fills basically the majority of the east quadrant. There's only a small part of that that isn't filled. And there's those strange metal things again.
The heat vents.
Yeah. And half of the table is nautical charts. So Enzo recognizes those, and the other half of it is like a model of Chesapeake Bay, a 3D model, showing, marked out regular currents and where the sandbar is, and so you can see all of that in relief, and it looks reasonably detailed. Where Wolf Trap Light is, and so on and so forth.
And
It's
so
not
does this make
all of Chesapeake Bay, it's just the relevant area for this zone of control.
And so does this make any sense to you? Like, if we want to get off, which way land is? I don't want to go out into the ocean further on a little boat.
Yeah, Enzo would be able to navigate from that.
Have a look over these. I'll study the sort of the risen up area, the map that you mentioned.
With my knowledge of military type things, do I want to sort of figure out if this is a planning map or if this is just
it's a nautical plot, and you can see on the 3D one there's little boats on it with tracking markers that make sense if you know what the codes are. So it's a plot map of shipping movement.
Okay.
Basically. You can actually see there's a newspaper on the table as well, open to all the shipping news as well.
What's the date on the newspaper?
14th of November. Sorry, no, it is the 17th of November, 1914.
1914.
19.
Yeah.
That's obviously a mistake and a typo from the printing because it was
Yeah.
the 2nd of April, 1896. So that's a very, very funny typography. What a joke they've done here. Can you see how terrible they are? Look what they've done. They don't even know how to do the dates correctly. That's hilarious.
Yeah, and the headline is it's the Richmond Times Dispatch, and says terrific fighting continues in East and West. England votes more men and money. And if you read the article, it talks about how the UK Parliament has voted to pay for 1 million more troops, and how the winter cold is delaying troop movements with blizzards sweeping the trenches. All very amusing. Someone's gone to a lot of effort for this
This is a
practical
makeup.
joke.
This is a practical joke paper. That's the Richmond Times. I'm not even sure that's a real paper.
What is this? Is there anything else with dates or anything on it? Any other sort of papers, letters?
No,
anything like that?
no. It's just, and it's like just basically the shipping times, the shipping news. You know, what's coming in, what's coming out. So yeah, and the long table.
Why would someone go into this much effort for a hoax, Father?
I think this is just more weirdness, so I'm just gonna tuck this away in my pocket and let's get our little butts out of here.
Agreed. Let's keep moving.
On the map table, is there any like dividers, like to measure distances and that sort of idea?
Yes, there are, and there's also a newspaper.
Look, I don't know about you all, but like, there's a lot of strange things going on, right?
Oh yes.
So strange things are happening
everywhere.
So have you ever felt like this?
When
Every
strange things happen?
Every day. No, it's not strange.
Yeah, I
it's just an
think I'm
everyday
going
occurrence.
around the twist.
Yes. Yes.
It's just normal. Doctor, you seem to be quite good with the scalpel, and in case we need any surgery, like maybe these dividers could potentially work for you to dig in if we have, you know.
I'll take them, yes, surely.
Father Philbert, can I ask you to make a power roll for me, please?
Oh, what's it? I don't. Oh, power. Okay.
Power, yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Magic, I think. That's magic, right?
27. 45 is my power, so it's a success. spend it?
You
Do I
don't
go
seem
on?
to be able to pick up the dividers.
I'll reach for them. Yeah, I'll reach for them as well. See.
Sure, can you make me a power roll as well, but Dr. Hoshi?
No, that's oh no, that is 8. No, 80. I think that. So one's an 80 and one's a 0.
That's 80.
That's 80. Okay, that's 80 against a 50. That's
No, I don't know. They seem to be really slippery. You don't seem to be able to pick them up either.
I think there's a magnet underneath it that's holding them in place. That's probably what's going to be.
did I feel them or did my hand pass through them?
Yeah, you felt them. Just
Okay.
for some reason.
Couldn't lift it. Yeah.
Yeah, couldn't. Well, they're just not in your hand when you come away. Like you think you're picking them up. You know, like have you ever had those moments where it's like, where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? Where are my glasses?
Yes,
Right? Yeah, those moments. Yeah, it's that. It's like you were sure you put your keys in the bowl by the front door or off the thing, but you didn't. Obviously. And that's it. You were sure you picked them up, but you must have just looked away at the last minute and you didn't pick them up. Weird.
Keeper, did you say that there was a newspaper after we picked up a newspaper? Did I?
Yeah. It's the Richmond Times of the 17th of November, 1914.
Wait, I look at Enzo's back pocket.
There's no newspaper there.
Hang on a darn minute. We gotta leave, you guys. We gotta leave.
This is all too strange. Let's get out.
It's a light show. Like I've seen the ideas of illusion.
Doctor, come along.
Doctor,
Let's go.
Let's just go. trust
Well,
me.
your only options are north or south now.
Yeah, let's go.
I am a God-fearing man, Padre, and tell me when I say that this is not a place that you want to be. Let's leave.
Let's head north.
North opens onto a bunch of checked black and white tiles, and this little room with these pipes curling around, and these chairs that have holes in them, and then water on the inside of the bottom.
Like mini wells,
And-
like wells.
Yeah, like mini wells, but it looks like a seat over a well.
Oh, have I
poorly
seen, as a doctor, have I seen one of these or heard about one of these?
Oh, you might have maybe heard of the new fashioned chamber pot type things, yeah. But you never seen one. And there's 3 of these in little like cubicles with doors. And
really
then there's
weird
2
place
of
to put a
these
well.
curved pipes, and they've got like a spigot each. And if you turn the spigot, water comes out. And it's like, sprays water from the top like a shower of water.
Interesting.
Almost.
That's poorly designed. You'd waste a lot of water that way. Why would you want to do it? Why would you have this? Like you have a shower once a week.
Yeah, but
Bath
Padre,
twice a
think
week.
about it. Like, I like this idea because if you're in a bath, you're now in butt soup.
This way you can
But-
sit.
but-
You
but the-
have
look at-
become the
water.
dumpling in your
But look at
own
these-
butt soup.
But look at these mini wells. Like they're poorly designed. You sit on them, and how could you scoop out water from them? That's just ridiculous.
Can I look into one of the wells of water?
Yeah.
What do I see in the water?
Water.
Okay.
Like they're like ceramic.
Is there anything I
And
can
there's a
yank on?
chain above each one of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna yank that chain.
Yeah, I was gonna say would not sit in it, but
This is horrifying
Oh
noise
goodness!
as water sort of like plunges from somewhere in the bowl thing, the well, and evacuates down. Scares the absolute bejesus out of you for a moment there. Everybody can make a sanity roll.
Oh,
lordy!
That's an interesting way to fill up the well.
yeah,
Oh, but
that is another fail.
Jump scare, you can lose 1 point of sanity for flushing the toilet because you've never seen a toilet before.
yeah, I got a 66 out of 47.
That would be 1 point.
Oh,
of sanity
sorry, out of
lost.
34.
As I say, you weren't expecting it. Terror by toilet.
Terror by toilet, amazing.
Yeah.
Um,
So what's the intention? You've got one more door to go through, which of course will
Go
take
through the
you
door.
down south. It basically is a little airlock and takes you outside. So there's a wet area and there's an area that has a bunch of planks and.
Is there a toilet brush?
No.
There's no toilet brush in any of these stalls.
No.
Filthy.
let's go.
Is there a mop?
At the south door.
We could
Not that
probably
you could see.
we snap one of the chains off maybe, and you can use that.
Can we get you outside in the interesting
No, I'm just looking for
timing
something to take
here?
with me.
Before it's toilet. I love that.
Yeah, it's too late.
Yeah,
It's too late to take
yeah.
anything.
I got no gun. I got no
yeah.
sword. I
I'm so
need a stick.
scared. I'm so scared. We will go south. Move south.
And
Well,
you are outside on a 5 meter wide boardwalk above the ocean. It's dark. To your right is a lifeboat and the mechanism to swing it out and drop it down to the water, which you can see can be done from the boat itself or from the boardwalk. To your left is the boat. To the right is a set of stairs that you can drop to take you down to the water level as well, but they need to be in the water.
can we look out into the water? Is there any shipwreck, anything like that down there?
Can't see anything. It's dark. except for the lighthouse beam that goes round and round every now and then.
And that's not lighting up any of the stuff that's directly
not
under us.
designed to light up stuff other
Yeah.
than
What's out there.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah.
So do you know which way we need to go, Enzo? Do you know which way we need to go, Enzo?
Well, I mean, the boat's right there. I'm pretty sure we got to go in the direction of that boat. But I'm
No, I mean,
grabbing
once
a rock
we-
on my way.
Once we're in the
get on
boat.
the boat and drop the boat.
Enzo will know where he's going.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, let's get
Let's
in the
get
water.
Yeah,
We
let's get in
will
the boat.
figure it out.
Let's do it. Let's jump in. And then use the mechanism to drop us down to the
All
water
right.
level.
Successful operation. You're in the water. Splush. Splish splash. You're having a bath. No, you're having a row. Row your boat gently towards the shore. You get about 15 meters away from the lighthouse before everything goes black. And you wake up
No.
on the rug, Enzo.
Oh, stop.
On the foot of the bed, Father Filbert, and crosswise on the bed, Dr. Hoshi.
Oh, no.
On the first floor of the lighthouse.
Okay, whatever is going on here, I am not about it. Let's go find those demons and kick some butt. If
There's
I'm
no
gonna
such thing as
die, I am
demons.
gonna die today.
There's no such thing as demons. Obviously, what a dream.
As you wake, however, there is this weird looking clock thing across from you, Dr. Hoshi, and it says 25, 10, 25 on it, and it's kind of lit up.
How is it lit?
Don't know.
I'll examine it. What am I looking at? Can I pick it up?
It's like it's clock, and it's got a little windy thing on the back. But it's also got a cord, like this tail that is attached to the wall.
Follow the cord down to the wall.
Yeah, it's got this I don't know, thing. Looks tiny little bit like that.
What the hell is that? I yank it.
Glowing?
Yeah, it's glowing.
I pull it from the wall to see if there's more tail that's inside the wall.
No, it's got these prongs.
Oh, so it just comes straight out. Oh.
Yeah, it comes out and the light goes out.
Watch yourself, Doc.
I throw the strange mouse-looking thing with the weird tail.
I mean, I don't know what that is, but I think this is some of that electricity stuff I heard about.
Yeah,
if that's real dangerous stuff, don't touch too many things if that's what it is. I saw someone, playing around with that at a display at a festival one year, a carnival, and it didn't go so well.
Gosh, yeah, I throw it. I throw it to the ground. Don't know what this thing is. Is there anything else in the room that's changed besides that little piece of equipment?
Different vanity. It's a different color.
I go over and do the same thing. I step over Enzo again, and I walk to the mirror, and I look in the mirror.
Yeah, you look great. You've been chipper. You've been working out.
Yeah. What? But it's changed. It's a different color. It's a different style.
Yeah.
Doctor,
it's moved ever so slightly as well.
I peek my head out the doorway. Doctor, are you in the room? Father Filbert.
We woken up from another dream yet?
We woken up from something.
You notice it's a bit of a windy night outside though, and as you get yourself back together, you can hear some voices coming in, and like you've got yourselves together in the room here. Like a little bit bewildered, trying to figure out what's going on, when these demons walk into the room. There's 4 of them. And there's 2 tall ones. One's about 5'7". The other one's about 5'4". And they got the face and the glowing black coal eyes again, and there's 2 shorter ones. One's about 3.5 foot, the other one's about 4.5 foot. And they launch at you. And okay, can everybody, apart from Dr. Philbert, make a sanity check for me, please?
So it's a family. It's literally a family day outing. A mum and dad and 2 kids.
Yeah. There's a mum in her jeep. There, and what looks to be a Navy uniform. There's Arabian man standing there, big beard, and kaftan, kind of, casual dress. And 2 kids, maybe 14 and 10.
Okay.
You think that's what you're seeing? Yeah, family.
I rolled 110 and the other one is a 0. Is that the bad one?
No, that's the bad one. Oh, no, you're right.
10,
that's under.
That's 10. That's 10. That's 10.
Just 10. Okay, cool. I rolled a 10. Amazing.
I got a 51.
You're fine.
I got a 51.
Is that under your sanity?
No. I got a
No,
30,
then
33.
you'll be... Oh, how much is this one? This is 1d10 sanity. 2.
Okay.
You're lucky. I'm rolling low on, rolling high on damage, low on sand. Very disappointed.
Can I throw that device at one of these demons? The glowing device?
But as you're about to, all you hear is this come through. Oh, Allah, I seek refuge in you from the torment of hell, from the torment of the grave, from the trials of life and death, and from the mischief of the devil.
Oh.
And this scream rails over you. And
I'll try to go
you'll
forgive
black out.
you. You're forgiven for your sins, is what I'm about to try to do. 'Cause
Again.
It sounded like they were confessing.
Okay, where
Yeah,
am I?
you black out.
Where is my gun? I'm all right.
This time, you wake. And where are you? Now, got to get my maps sorted out because everything's now about a bit of a mess. Aha, here we go. Yeah, you don't want to see that, even though you've, I think, sort of figured out maybe what's going on. So here we go. So you kind of wake up. So Hoshi, you're lying across an even bigger bed than a double bed. This is a big one. Enzo, you're on the floor, no rug.
Why am I always on the floor?
Gilbert, you're hanging off what appears to be the edge of a cutting table.
What?
You can see a sewing machine and a loom. You recognize there's a cabinet with Enzo's pistols on display in it.
Yo, Enzo, are you up?
I'm up and I am mad.
I have a surprise for you. Come find me. It's a good surprise. I told you it was just all a funny, fancy dream thing. Come see. Come see. Come see.
All right, I will make my way towards the father.
As you do, you walk past the planter here, right?
Yeah.
So you're coming through here. There's Enzo on the ground. So you're going through, and right here, you see like a display box, and it's got Filbert's Aspergillium on display. You know, the holy water sprinkler thing.
All right. Right. All right. I'm gonna kick that in and take it with me.
Yeah, no, you're not.
I mean, I figured it was probably a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
You can roll me power.
Yeah, I'll try.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting it to work, but that's what Enzo is gonna do in this moment.
Yeah.
Where is that?
Oh, next to your picture.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, I got a 45 and I rolled a 32.
Nice.
Okay, yes, except it's not under half. So, you know that thing where you're trying to pick up the newspaper? Yeah, that.
Hang on. I will burn my luck. I will burn 15 luck points.
Okay, to take it down to half?
To take it well past half.
You can pick it up.
Ooh. I will take that with me.
You now have the first solid object that you have held for some time.
Okay, and I will continue on my way. Now I'm going to be shouting down the hallways, going, "Padre, I got something for you too."
Fantastic! Come on in. Come on in. Is a doctor coming with you? Like, you know.
I don't know. I'm sure doctors around.
I hear them. I hear them yelling and stuff, and
Yeah.
I slowly make my way out of the room. Yeah.
It is time to haul ass. Let's go.
All right, well, you see your pistols in a display case.
I will take those too. Doc, here.
And I'll try to
catch.
grab. I'll try to help out and open up the cupboard.
Yeah, okay, make your roll.
Yeah.
Oh shit. That's a 76.
So Enzo, you have no problem picking up your pistols.
Oh, cool. Okay, good.
You don't have to roll for that. You just pick them up. No effort.
I'll try to help out.
Yeah.
Right.
If you make half power, you can open the cabinet. If not,
Oh no, I'm not even close to making the power.
yeah,
Not even
then
close.
you can't. Likewise, you, Dr. Filbert, you can pick up your Aspergillium. No problem.
Oh, fantastic!
Amazing.
I've missed this one here, and
Yeah.
inside there's probably a small amount of cocaine that that he may use at some point. Just to release some of the boredom of being in the.
You telling me there's no holy water in that thing, Doc?
There's holy water.
There's holy something.
There's holy water.
And as you search, find the doctor's book as well, which is a very, very interesting book, because it's an important book to you, Doctor, because it has a chrysanthemum flower pressed in it.
Oh, you're
right?
talking about
Yeah, given to you. But we've got two Spanish speakers here, and they noticed the name of the book,
Oh, yes.
which
indeed.
is I've forgotten the Spanish, but
Cultus sin nombre.
Yeah, there you go. Which translates as unknown cults.
Why do you have this?
It's a long story.
All right, we'll get to telling it.
Sum it up. Like, honestly, I had too much of Mrs. Walmsley. Sum it up.
This book was given to me by my mother a long time ago.
And why does she have it? This is not a good book. Why do you what? Why
Well-
is this a family heirloom?
This, it's a hard one to explain, but we have had, or I have had run-ins with strange beings in the past. Doctor, you would have seen the tattoo on my body of the dog, of the demon dog.
A cute little puppy lion cross. Yeah.
I met this dog at one stage in my life. I sat with it, had a meal with it, and it told me a strange tale about old gods, old beings that preside over the galaxy, preside over all of us. These strange gods that at some stage disappeared but have always been here with us. I'm not too sure what the connection, if my mother had the same connection, but she kept this book and she passed it down to me. So I've always kept it close.
Interestingly, as the others who can actually understand Spanish flick through, a particular bit of the book sort of opens and stays. And find it quite interesting because it's essentially a passage that reads, "Things to do if you are dead and stuck." And the passage kind of reads, "Did you perhaps not survive an encounter? Are you perhaps a spirit or a ghost or some other thing haunting a place?"
We're in a gosh darn eternal waiting room.
So
Yeah, that's hilarious.
it reads through and gives you a couple of options in the book.
What's our options, Enzo?
Option one: do nothing, enjoy haunting the place for eternity. If it's fun, it's fun. You know, in like medieval German, but sorry, it's translated via Spanish, but you get the idea. Is hey, it's a laugh. If you're happy haunting, then haunt away. Do nothing, you'll be fine. Option number two is find something or someone dear to you and sacrifice it to one of the great old ones.
Oh,
specifically, a great old one related to the domain that you're kind of stuck in. Option three: possess a bunch of humans and sacrifice them to, a great old one. One per apparition.
Rightio. Well,
that's
there
the
are
funniest
options.
comic I've seen the entire time I've read books. That's just hilariously well written. Nice diagrams and drawings. I love it. I love the humor of these people.
Doc, it's time to be real, Padre.
I don't think we're a part of the world anymore. I think we're beyond that.
Yep, I think those fishmen got us good.
I think the bullet that we got hit with might have been the end of us there, Doc.
Well, it wasn't the bullet.
Father?
That the boat flipping over sure dang did it.
Yeah, exactly. I think we need to be real and maybe choose one of these options. See if we can I mean, how do you feel, Father? If you have, I know you don't believe it, but if you have passed over, would you want to make your way back or not?
Son, we've been around together for a long time, and I'll just share with you one thing. I never was a true believer. It was a job. As soon as the time happens, I'm leaving. I get a land grant. It's pretty simple math. That's where we're up to.
And what about you, Enzo? What would you, if you're past, if we are truly what the book suggests, would you want to make your way back? Would you want to possess someone, or would you happily stay a part of?
Honestly, there's not much left out there for me. I'm going to go try and find my poor old friend who got stabbed by them pirates. If I can ever get off this dang island, I don't care if I'm alive. I just want to find them. And if they find their way to me here, if I can't leave, so be it. But Padre, you ain't grabbing any land. The land grabbed you.
In the section of the book that talks about sacrificing oneself to the old gods, what is the intricacies behind that? Who do we call? How do we call them? What do we do?
It details, as I do nothing, not a bad gig. Go boo every now and then, and keep on going. Not a bad done death, right? Option 2, of course, is sacrificing something of great value to yourself.
Does it say you have to sacrifice it, or it has to be sacrificed?
You have to sacrifice it.
And to which god? Which old god?
Well,
Can you call upon any that you know of, or?
Yeah, but you're thinking water. You're probably talking Cthulhu. And all of a sudden, you know who these people are. It's kind of weird. Given it, you're in the middle of the ocean, and well, you're not in the middle of it, but you're in the water, which is Cthulhu's domain. So, it makes a bit of sense that you would sacrifice something to Cthulhu.
All right.
Or
and then
someone.
the last option is possession.
Or outright murder.
Okay.
All right, Doctor, you seem to be taking this quite seriously. You too, Enzo. I still think it's in a delusion, but sometimes some of the most enjoyment you have is when a magician you're part of the act and you're not even aware of it.
Exactly, exactly, Father.
I don't know what's going on, but my aspergillum is quite important to me. I know that Enzo's been looking for his guns, and I'm pretty sure this book is important to you. So we could potentially let's join the show. Let's actually, step behind the curtain and see what magic is hidden.
I actually like the sound of that.
Because I always there's nothing better than seeing a magician, but then also unveiling and knowing what's happening. That's the best part.
Well, I mean, Padre, up until now, I thought you were a true believing man of the cloth, except for some of your more interesting predilections. I ain't so sure about this idea, but how about you all go first and I'll see what happens.
I will happily give it the first shot. Is there a way I would like to call on the Inugami, the demon dog that I met? But if it is Cthulhu's realm, I'll make the offering to Cthulhu.
All right. So yes. Well, you could offer to either.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try the dog.
Your choice. I'm not dictating. Which evil entity you entreat. Heaven forbid I did that. we
I
might
will,
have ourselves, a satanic panic second again.
Oh no,
Yeah.
not again,
Oh,
not
no.
again. I lived that the first time. No more.
So did I, mate. So did
Yeah, I
I.
know, yeah, I would have
And
guessed
I was
that.
in Perth in Western Australia. God.
Uh,
Sat down by my parents at the age of 12.
Oh,
What's
no.
going on? What?
Yeah.
We're pretending to be elves, Mum.
Get over it. I know. All right, so how are we going to sacrifice it?
I would like to call upon the demon dog for one last meal with him.
All right. So, and what are you going to sacrifice? Or who are you going to sacrifice?
I will sacrifice the book, the chrysanthemum flower that my mother gave me. So I'll
Okay.
take that from it and
You realize you kind of need the book to do
oh
the
yes,
ritual,
okay.
right?
I'll do the flower then, the flower out of the book.
and you can't actually read the book.
Could you read this for me, Doctor? As I do this, since you want to see what happens.
Oh yeah, I love being part of magic.
Yes, a magic act. Yes,
Let's see how we
exactly. Yeah. I will kneel down and I'll hold out the flower.
Is it a 2 for 1? Is it a 2 for 1? So can I?
I think you need to do. I think you need to do your own after I'm gone.
Okay, I wasn't sure it was a 2 for 1.
But you can keep the book. You can keep the book with you.
Okay, we'll return it. Don't worry, we'll return it to you.
So, yeah, you gotta like pencil out the elder sign on the ground, and there's lots of scribbling and what have you.
Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
Find some charcoal or some chalk or maybe some condiments or something might work.
Tomato sauce.
It's about
mustard works
now
better.
that you realize there are in fact 4 humans, conveniently, in the lighthouse, because you can hear some shuffling around above you. But yes, you lay out the elder sign and all the other squiggles that you need to put in there, and a few fatagans and other magical words. You do a little dab.
Little dab,
yeah, just
just twerking it.
Tie it all together. Yeah, a little bit twerking. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is the 1940s. It's very permissive time. So yeah, and this spirit dog demon sort of appears in the middle.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah,
Does everyone else see it?
Yeah.
Does the doctor finally see a demon?
No, he sees a dog.
Puppy.
Oh no!
It's nearly like your tattoo, although your tattoo is more embellished. This is.
I kneel down to the dog. I offer it the flower and I ask it to take me beyond the veil.
Dog kind of looks at you. Give me a power roll.
That is a 24. That is just below my half.
All right, got any luck points left? Because if you have, I would like just not
Let's-
telling you
let's-
anything, but maybe
yeah.
burn all of them.
I'm gonna burn the 15 to get an extreme, or even beyond that. Let's make it a 1.
All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. So one demon dog looks at this and very reverently cups the flower between its paws, and the last thing you see is it consuming the spirit of the flower, the spirit of your ancestors and your family and your clan going back to time immemorial, because the flower represents everything that is pure and kind about everything you have done in your life. It consumes that, and in a flash, you are in another place. And that other place, of course, is to be determined by part 2, which you could buy from my. And Dr. Hershey just doesn't vanish, just ceases to be there.
Did you say that, Enzo?
The dog, however,
Yeah.
Father Filbert, so looks at you, wags its tail a bit, walks over, gives you a bit of a headbutt, gets a bit of a scratch, and then walks back into the middle and disappears.
Wow, that's impressive.
As does the writing on the ground. But the book's on. You've still got the book, so.
Yeah.
Are you for real with me right now, Padre? Are you? Look me in my ocular stems. Are you for real with me right now that you still think that was a parlor trick?
That was a light show. That was amazing. Did you see the smokes and like? I didn't even see the mirrors anymore. Like
because there ain't any mirrors. Look around this dang room. There's no mirrors. There's no smoke.
Look at this
except
bench
for the
here. This
smoke
is so
of hellfire
shiny. There's mirrors
rising
anywhere.
from above.
There's mirrors everywhere. The surface is so shiny. Let's do that again. Do you want to use yours? Do you want to go me?
No, you do. You go ahead. I will stay here and wait for my friend.
Did you want to go try the other way and possess somebody?
No, I don't want to go murder no poor person.
It won't be okay. Let's draw it up. Look through the book and see what sort of god I could potentially is the weirdest. The one I think the Father Phil would look for the weirdest one, not the most sensible.
This is Cthulhu, man. Then you got a plethora of choice.
Yeah. Again, or even if not that random, like this is the sort of guy Father Philbert is. He's going to go, this one.
All right.
Yeah, this looks good.
You want random? Let's go random. The book.
Oh yeah, you can roll like the hundreds to get a random one, can't you?
Yeah, you find this guy named Niles Athotep.
Niles. Yeah, I like
Niles.
Niles. That's a funny name. I think I knew a guy called Niles. He was like worked in the church for a while.
Yeah, that seems about your kind of guy. He's helps out others. Does his good works time, and he's into the monies as well. So on the good life. All the comforts of home. Seems to be your kind of guy. Yeah.
So I'll try to draw. I'm assuming it's some sort of similar symbol. So I'll try.
Yeah. And we get that out. And what are you sacrificing?
So, I'm thinking that he's going to sacrifice two things if possible. The first thing to sacrifice is the £3 that he got from Mr. Papadopoulos, and then his aspergillum. Like that's something that's really, really worthwhile. He's had it around for a long time. It means a lot, not from a religious point of view, but from a personal point of view, because it costs a lot of money, and that's how he was going to pay for his retirement. Yeah.
Cool. So you do the ritual, blah blah blah, and this big black, tall, slim, tentacled thing sort of up through the middle, and then sort of coalesces into a guy, tall, dark, handsome, wearing a fedora and a trench coat. And if you knew who Dirk Bogarde was, you would go, dead ringer for Dirk Bogarde, the handsomest man on the planet at this time. And he looks at it and goes, got this. Smuggling man. You can kick that. But the money,
the £3, like that's the.
And he says, Father Filbert. And he's got this really, really clipped English accent. Father Filbert. He puts his arm around you. Says, you and I have got many things to discuss for your future and the future for England. What do you say we just head off for a bit and start talking about those? Yeah.
I don't have to do the 6 years. That'd be fantastic. Fast tracking. Fast tracking.
Nah,
is the way we go.
6 years isn't an issue. No.
Okay. Yep. Fast tracking. That's what we're doing. That sounds a great deal.
Awesome.
Thanks.
And Enzo, what you see is Father Filbert and this very handsome man walk off into a distance in the light, and then just there's nothing.
Yep.
And then there was just you.
Yep, that tracks.
And over time, people come, people go. You learn how to not terrorize them so much. And then in the 1960s, the lighthouse is automated, so people don't come and go anymore. And sometime around 1990s, a family moves in, and then you get to see all these innovations. You know, you're spotting in, or you're not always there. You know, sometimes years go by, sometimes only days. It's kind of random. And 2000s rock round. There's another family moves in, and 2010s is, you know, for about 20 years you're all by yourself. Then there's a B&B there in 2023, 2024. And yeah, it's about that point we'll leave the story and close our book on the never-ending story of Enzo's haunting adventures.
Amazing. Well done.
So, there we go. Thank you, everybody. Well done. See,
Thank
I
you.
did kill all the party.
He did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very early on.
Earlier than
really
we
early on.
You
You just missed it.
Yeah. Oh gosh. So was it the bullets that killed me and Father Mason? Was that our end?
Oh, there were so many ways for you to die.
Okay. I was like, where's the hit point? Like
the entire prologue is just death.
Yeah, okay.
If you didn't get shot by Wu Chen, you were going to be grappled and kept in the cabin and drowned by resin. You were going to be trampled by the panicking. What was Miss? I've forgotten the name now. No, not Mosley. Cynthia Washington.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So she was going to lead a horde of the, panic everybody and you'd be trampled. There was no way for you to survive. The bit that, when you're in the initial bit where you're waking up, that was real. That was you being tended to. But you died in those rooms, which is why you always came back to the same spot in the map, even though the layouts from 1890, because I had 3 sets of maps. I had 1890s map, 1920s map, and 1940s map. Yeah. So each time you're sleeping, you're advancing through time.
Yeah.
You would have figured this out so much easier if in 1896 you had gone downstairs. Sorry, in 1920, after your first nap, you never went downstairs, and there's was a calendar on the wall saying, it's 1903 or something.
Yeah, it wasn't a good year for being on ground level. We had to stay up. Yeah.
We did actually pass out by the young family that yelled at you all with that terrible music. So
Yeah.
2 cooks. That was the 2 cooks or something. Yeah.
But look, I gotta say, the Doctor playing Father Filbert, playing the absolute straight man, just 100% down the line, just so.
The gaslighting was amazing. Yeah.
That was a very cool game, guys. It was like for a second there, towards the end of it, it was like Cthulhu Groundhog Day. It was like, don't feel angry.
Well, that was the intention, and I had I think this would be better off as a 2-shot where I've got more time to explore out now, and here was me worrying that I'd be able to fill 4 hours. But there would have been a whole bunch more flashbacks and encounters along the way to build that tension up. But we have a certain amount of time for this. But yeah, I had a ball. It was absolutely fantastic playing with you, gentlemen.
Yeah, it was awesome. Well done. Thank you for being our lightkeeper.
Yeah.
Do you want to take a couple of minutes to do a best moment each?
Sure, absolutely.
Perhaps
yeah, do we want to start with our keeper?
Yeah, I was going to come back to Anthem for last, but
okay,
we can start with.
You're the leader here. You throw it to whoever he.
That's right. We'll leave Anthem to last. Chris, if that's right with you.
Yeah.
Rick, while you're on the roll, what was your favourite bit?
Gosh, favorite moment. Like getting like the successful like medical check and like bringing Enzo back from like seemingly not dying. I think that was really good. Like that was my whole role. That was like my highest, like one of my highest stats. So being able to like, hit that was awesome. So playing to my role. I always like playing a support character. So being able to heal someone back was top moment.
Yeah, that was fun.
Cool. Sean?
Oh gosh. It was all pretty good, but I think the bit that got me was the doctor at the end. Still looking about it being a trick.
Yeah, weather balloons and swamp gas.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Gaslighting himself at that point, just like
pretty much, yeah.
Demon just walked through the ether, and I'm gonna go with him, and it's still all good.
Yep.
Greg, your favorite moment?
Look, it's interesting. I actually liked the combat part right at the beginning. I loved how Enzo's pulled out the guns, like going, "Yep, I've got this," and then basically nearly drops his guns in the ocean, and then directly straight after that, we had the scalpel being thrown by this doctor who at no point I had no idea what was this doctor ninja yakuza warrior doctor out of nowhere throwing a scalpel that gets a super crit nearly. It's like one end to the other. I liked the actual pacing of it. I really enjoyed this. I didn't get that we were the ghosts until after our second comeback. And the fact that I think that the way that Father Phil went through and actually said they're just humans. The first time I did that, I didn't actually gain that he was actually on the right path. The second time I went, you know what?
They are just
we're on the same path. And it was just that description. And then the going back and throwing back to the conversation that he overheard, that made more sense at that point. So I think the DM, you did a really good job of hiding that. Until I think we all got it at the same point as well. I honestly think everyone just goes, you know what? We're these ghosts.
I wasn't certain for a long time there whether we were haunting or haunted. Like I thought we were cursed.
Yeah.
I thought we were cursed, and there was something we were gonna have to do to break the curse. And I'm like, nah, that seems too easy though. That still seems too easy.
I was like feeling it when the like grabbing the items wasn't a thing, and I was like, oh, all right, but could we be? Are we not? I don't know yet. But that's when it was like starting.
Yeah, I think the DM really paced that well because he didn't feed us that information. We actually learned it, but I was watching the screens and everyone's eyes went, "That's what we're doing."
Yeah.
Thank you. I had a ball with it. Absolute ball. For me, well, the cheesy response is the entire game. It was played out well. Having an intimate group of 3 allowed for that little bit more in-depth character development, which thank you all leaned into very, very, very well. I think I had multiple favorite moments. A bullet to the chest, that would be a goodbye then moment. It's like, because his character trigger was stepping forward, something of importance to the family. So the fact that I got both of you, I was sitting there going, oh yeah, good dice.
Yeah.
Leaping back away from the trident onto the spear. Thank you so much for that. Just loved it. It's just like, oh, I'm dead then. And I was just sitting there going, if you'd been watching my face at that moment, you would have seen the flicker of, oh, what you don't know. But yeah, the boat scene as well. Yeah, we're on the boat. Oh, I just said, oh, we're back in the room.
That was
moment from all of you. When you kind of, I think at that point had really realized what the hell was going on. But yeah, that was a key one for me. So the idea behind all of it was to Groundhog Day it, to have you just coming back and back into the same physical space, even though the rooms are changing over time.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm glad that came through, and we were able to get there in the end. But I think the last point, seeing each of the characters find what they needed to get out of that. So finding the demon was, the dog demon who was familiar, and being able to we assume greener pastures. Enzo staying for his friend, for his best mate, I think was absolutely poignant. And finally, having Father Filbert Mason Esquire walking off stage left, arm in arm with Niall Athertep, scheming the conquest of the globe.
And he would have been asking and going, where are the mirrors? How do we get off stage? He'd be asking the entire time, just going, yeah, this is pretty cool. Like, I like
I'm just thinking you're talking with Dirk Bogarde, the movie star. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was me. So thank you all. I had a ball.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great time.
My honourable mention for moments as someone who was behind the scene producing and watching and clicking and changing and fixing and all the rest of it, but still got to witness this fantastic adventure unfold in front of me. Was the bullet wound to the chest. Was not only was that, well, like, you know what, obviously you don't want help, I'm gonna leave, but coming back to it and looking at the doctor's tattoos and saying, well, that must have hurt. Yeah, not as much as a bullet to the chest, mind you. I thought that was quite good. And then the duality of the two characters, seeing the creatures differently as crew members and as these creatures, and the little hat tip back to that when they're in the lighthouse, like, oh, there's some of the crew here. that was quite good too.
Awesome session, everybody. So I'm guessing we're going to have to pass over to some other people in the rest of the world, really.
Part of the fun of GaryCon, and with COVID and GaryCon becoming virtual, which it's now back to being a physical convention in the US rather, and the virtual component still going, is they stream, then we stream, and we hand off to some people in Germany. DryCon, I'm not sure what they're doing. They're hopefully watching, Guten Tag, wie geht es dir? Hopefully they're ready to go. Once we wrap up in the next couple of minutes, we'll go offline, and then they will pick up the stream in about 5 minutes time, and then they stream for, I think, five and a half hours, and then the team in the US pick up the stream after they finish. So it's awesome. Fantastic that the virtual component doesn't just shut down when the physical component. I'm sure some of them are still gaming in the US through to 2-3 in the morning, but to be able to carry the virtual component and keep it going is a lot of fun for us, for sure. And we've got this has been day one, and we've got 3 more days of it ahead of us.
Yeah, awesome. So let's plug tomorrow's Australian crew. Who's coming in tomorrow?
So we've got the dreaded GM. I believe he's running a 5E game something to do with Vecna, something to do with liches. I'm not sure how much more I can say, whether I've said too much already. We've got some fantastic players in. Well, actually, I think we've got some fantastic players the entire weekend. Like, let's be honest here. I think we've got an entire weekend of fantastic DMs and fantastic characters, players ahead of us. But tomorrow, Dread always brings it. Chris brought it today. We've got Ellen, who's an Adelaide local. She's doing it on Saturday, and Vahid from New Zealand. He's doing a 5E game, but a hat tip back to the earlier modules. Ellen's running Kids on Bikes, and like I said, Dread's got 5E tomorrow. And we've had Call of Cthulhu today. Big round of applause for yourselves. I think that was a fantastic game. And I reckon we'll finish up about now. I will just show before we go. I will just show. Actually, I'll show it and then we've gone. What would have happened if everyone had have not come through successfully today? With that, I'll say see ya, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Bye all.
See you, folks.